Good morning, everyone. Can I ask you to please take your seats? We are going to begin at 9 a.m. on the dot, which according to my watch is in about 30 seconds. Please, can I remind you to silence your cell phones? I'll put them on vibrate so we are not distracted during today's presentations. Hey, gentlemen. Anywhere you want, go up the middle and find a seat. Make sure your phones are on silent, please, girls. Just find your way. There's seats up there. Okay. Good morning once again to our delegates for Model United Nations 2025. Good morning and welcome. Give yourselves a round of applause for being on time. My name is Lara Quentrell-Thomas. I am the Model UN Project Chairman, member of the Rotary Club of Central Port of Spain. Before we begin this morning, we do have a couple of housekeeping announcements that I just want to share with you. As I've said, please make sure your phones are on silent. If you would like to have any water this morning, we do have a water dispenser here to my left. There are some cups, but we did encourage you to bring your own water bottles. If you need the washrooms are out of this door to my left, and you head north. They're on the right-hand side of the compound. I'm now going to play the security briefing from the University of the West Indies in case of an emergency, so please pay attention and make sure I can find it.
The University of the West Indies places high priority on preserving your health and safety. Please give me your attention for a few moments as I outline the emergency procedures to be followed at today's event. This building is equipped with a fire alarm system, and in the event of an emergency, the alarm will sound. Please note that we have no planned drills for today, so if the alarm sounds, we will treat it as a real emergency. Once the alarm has sounded, or in the event of an emergency, calmly make your way through one of the exits. This lecture theatre has 3 exits, 2 to the front of the theatre, 1 at the middle of the room. There are 2 additional exits to the sides of the room, and these exits are labeled as emergency exits. Only open the emergency exit doors if the alarm sounds or there is an emergency. Once outside the theatre, make your way to the assembly area, which is at the back of this building, west of your present location on the field. Stay at the assembly area point and await further instructions. In the event of an earthquake, stay calm. There are no tables under which we can cover. Keep low, hold on, and look out for falling debris. Once the shaking stops, exit the building in a calm and orderly manner and gather the assembly area where you will receive further instructions.
Okay, wonderful. So let me exit that. Okay, so if we do have to evacuate the hall for any reason and we assemble behind this building, do not go anywhere until we have done a head count, okay? Don't pop off to rituals to get a cafe latte, just, you know, while we're waiting. So we must do a head count. We are responsible for you during the Model UN, during the training sessions. So if we do have to evacuate, we'll do so. You'll follow the Rotarians and we'll do a head count before we return to the hall. So it's my pleasure to invite to the podium the president of the Rotary Club of Central Port of Spain, Anne-Marie Lal Salim, just to bring you a few words of greeting to open this morning. Anne-Marie?
Good morning and welcome to the 25th anniversary of the Rotary Club Model United Nations training. As you stepped into the milestone year, you join a proud legacy of hundreds of young leaders committed to global dialogue, diplomacy, and positive change. This is more than just a training. It's a launch pad of your own voice, your vision, and your impact on the world. Do we have any interactors in the crowd? Beautiful. If not, talk to your peers and teachers about starting an Interact Club in your own school. You are among the best students in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and in the Caribbean, and together you can make a difference in your schools, community, country, and the world. We at the Rotary Club of Central Port of Spain are honored to have you here with us, and we can't wait to see the passion, insight, and leadership that you will bring to the table. It is 7 weeks of life-changing training sessions that are expected to elevate you to leadership roles in the future. So let the journey begin.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. We had some students come in through this entrance here. We need you to register, please. If any student in the hall has not registered with Ananda or Tony Ray, you must do that before you get settled, because we do need to make sure we have all of the students accounted for. So just outside this door. Okay, so let us get started. So welcome once again, everyone. This is not only the 2025 Model UN, this is the 25th year that the Rotary Club of Central Port of Spain has run this project. So I know that many of you, this is your first time at MUN, but for those of us that have been doing it for a while, will know that we have doubled the number of delegates this year. We normally have 100 students participate. This year we have 200 students from around Trinidad and Tobago. So give yourselves another round of applause for showing up, for being on time. And I'm also delighted to announce that we are live streaming, because this year we will have 5 countries in the region, and they will be sending delegates to the event on November 8th. So joining us today online live streaming, we have our delegates from Antigua, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Curacao, Grenada, and Montserrat. So very exciting. We have not had all of those countries participate. So they're going to be joining us throughout the training live streaming, and then they'll be here in the country for our event on 8th of November. So let's get started. How many of you have done any research at all getting ready for today about the UN? Okay, I would have hoped for more hands, but that's a good start. So the UN, as you know, the United Nations, and I'm sure that you've all been following what's happening with the US, with Russia, with Ukraine, with Israel, with Palestine. So you'll know that global affairs, global issues are very much... Oh. Okay, sorry. I'm just being paused for the technical issues. Right. Okay, Eric, that's good? I'm assuming. Okay, sorry about that, folks. I forgot to share screen. Yeah, we good? Okay. All right, let's just let these folks find their seats. Okay, all right, so. Oh. Okay, wonderful. So every September, the leaders from around the world meet at the UN in New York. So in fact, the 80th edition, this year is the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and they are going to be meeting this coming week in New York with the first day of the General Assembly, starting on the 23rd of September. As the UN itself has acknowledged our 80 years of service to the global community, but the world is in flux, the world is in conflict, the world is very much changing. There is a lot of nationalism. You would have seen growing calls for far-right leaders around the world. So the rise of AI, all of these different things mean that the UN is facing multiple challenges that have really struggling to put our world leaders to find solutions and to find resolutions. So the idea of the Model United Nations is exactly as the name suggests. You young people will be modeling the General Assembly. So today we're going to go through some of the rules of the program, some of the goals of the program, and then starting this afternoon and going into the next few weeks, you'll be learning how to actually behave like General Assembly delegates. Next week, Saturday, we will be selecting the countries that you will represent. So then you can start to get into character. And it's very important to remember that this is a role play. So even if you select a country whose views on the issues you may not personally agree with, you are still expected to represent that country, the views of that country, and not your own personal views. So it's very much a role-playing exercise. And the idea, of course, is to work towards sustainable development. You will be learning about the sustainable development goals of the UN. And the idea is to foster collaboration, to really bring organizations, governments, civil society, all of these things, these groups together to achieve sustainable development. So the theme of the UN this year is Better Together, 80 years for more peace, development, and human rights. For the first time, the General Assembly at the UN this week will be chaired by a woman from the Western European group, and she's only 44 years old. So it's quite remarkable what young people are doing around the world. I thought I was young, but I'm not any longer. Having managed the Model UN for about 10 years, it has aged me significantly, but we are where we are. But it's wonderful to see young people, relatively speaking, at the head of the UN and challenging and channeling the work of the UN. And in her acceptance speech, Annalena called for a UN that embraces everyone. And it's a very important message for this program as you begin to prepare your roles as delegates of the General Assembly, that this is really about finding a pathway that is inclusive, that fosters cooperation and acceptance and inclusion and tolerance, because this is how we become stronger as nations. The United Nations actually has a very detailed, and I would encourage you to go and read up about it, a very detailed UN youth strategy. It's called Youth 2030. And the idea behind this is for the UN to step up how they empower young people. Because obviously you in this room, the young people on this Zoom call, the young people that are working with civil society, Interact, Rotaract, other youth groups, it's really important for you to realize your full potential, to stand up for your rights. We are leaving you a world in a mess. I'm sorry to say, the world is on fire, and you are the fire extinguishers. And you need to claim that, own that, develop the skills and the tools and the networks to really, truly realize your full power as advocates for the future that you wish to build for yourselves and your families. So I would encourage you to, as your first bit of research, after you leave today, to go and have a look at the Sustainable Development Program for Youth. It's called Youth 2030 on the UN website. And there are 1.8 billion young people alive today who are shaping and leading our global future. And you have rights as young people that we as leaders in society, as Rotarians, as UN leaders, we have an obligation to help you realize those rights and fulfill those rights. But you also have to ask for your rights to be fulfilled. So it's important that we work together as the future and the past, or the present and the future, to help you realize your full potential. So the Model UN is aligned with the UN 2030 strategy in phase 2 of its strategic priorities, which are to foster meaningful and inclusive youth engagement, to champion youth empowerment and participation, to work with young people as partners to build trust and to amplify the voices of youth, to enable youth-led solutions to critical global challenges, and to enhance your access to data, evidence, knowledge, so that you can develop your own youth-led policies to the challenges faced and the achievement of the SDGs. So the role for young people under this umbrella of Youth 2030, which is not that far away, right? That's 3 years away, is to be critical thinkers. So not just to accept what you're told, but to analyze, to ask questions, to challenge, to really make sense of the world around you and how it applies to you and your lived experience, to become change makers. Anne-Marie referred to interact. I'm going to ask the interactors in the room to just stand for a minute. Can I have all the interactors on your feet? Oh, lovely. We've got a few in the room. So for those of you that don't know, Interact is a high school-based service organization. It's part of the Rotary family. These are young leaders who are building a life of service in their high schools. They will then go on to join Rotaract and Rotary. So let's have a round of applause for our interactors. Wonderful to have you all with us. And if you don't have an Interact, have a seat. Thank you, folks. If you do not have an Interact club in your high school and you'd like to learn more, please connect with any of the Rotarians in the room. We also have Rotaract. Can I ask the Rotaractors in the room to stand? I know we have a couple on the side here. Wonderful. 4. Okay, you'll see them over the next few weeks. Thank you, folks. Rotaract is a club for 18 to 30-year-olds, also part of the Rotary family. And not only do they focus on service, but they also focus on leadership development and professional opportunities. So it's a great place if you are beginning your university career or thinking about what career to go into. It's a great place to network and to build relationships that will help you in the future. So young people have the ability to create change, to be the change that they want to see in the world. And we have seen youth activism around the world. How many of you have heard of Greta Thunberg? Wonderful. How many of you would not go to school on a Friday to protest climate change? How many of you have actually done that? Not many, right? I don't know how our Ministry of Education, I'm not proposing that, by the way. Do not go back to your schools and say that's what the teacher said. But Greta Thunberg single-handedly created a movement of young people protesting climate change. And there are many other examples. Ruby Bridges, there are many other examples of young people around the world who by themselves, you don't have to wait for an organization. You don't have to wait for a class or a school. You can, in your own way, be a change maker. So that challenge is thrown out to you today as you go through this experience to think about ways when you finish the Model UN that you can actually start to activate change in your own community, school and life. And of course, we expect young people to be innovators. Your generation has access to technology that my generation didn't even, well, we created it for you. You're welcome. But you are using it in ways that we could not have imagined. When I was at university, I did my thesis on a typewriter. And I'm not even 60 years old yet. You guys have AI, you have all sorts of things that you are just using without a second thought. But that technology also brings challenges, right? There are a lot of wormholes that you can end up going down with, misinformation and the dark web and so on. So it's important to use the tools that you have responsibly. But we want you to think about solutions for the problems that exist that maybe we hadn't even thought of. Okay, it could be something as local as in your own community. It could be something national or even global. So you understand the problems and you may have some great new ideas on how we can solve them. Hello. Okay, right. Communicators. Those of you that are in Interact and Rotaract will know that Interact and Rotaract clubs are part of a global network of youth groups working to find solutions, to deliver projects, to develop young leaders around the world. And a big part of that opportunity is to communicate with people from different cultures. One of the only pathways to peace, if we truly want peace in this world, is understanding, accepting other cultures. They may be different from our own, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong or that they're less important or less valuable. One of the examples I often give friends and family, you may realize that I'm not originally from here. I'm originally from England. I have lived here for 30 years, so I am a Trini. I'm a very big fan of roti. But whenever we bring friends and family to come and visit, I always take them along Eastern Main Road. And, you know, you drive along Eastern Main Road, any road in Trinidad really, and you see a mosque next to a mandir, next to a Catholic church, next to a evangelical church, and everybody's fine. Everybody's just getting on with their lives. We're not killing each other because of our religion. You know, we might be fighting with our politics a little bit, but by and large, Trinis accept and respect each other's differences. And I think that is a very powerful model that we can try and, you know, spread that inclusion, that respect for differences around the world. So communicating with peers in other Interact clubs, Rotaract clubs, school clubs, alumni is a very important platform for you. And of course, we want you to become youth leaders. So we expect all of you who participate in the Model UN to go back to your schools and find a way to use what you've learned, this experience that you've had, to really drive change in your school, whether it's to start a recycling project, whether it's to start a peace building program, to build an Interact club, whatever it might be. Take the knowledge, the network, the experience, and turn it into something positive. So let me have, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through some of the goals and the objectives of the Model UN. If you have any questions at all, write them down and I'll take them all at the end, okay? And we can also share this presentation with you. We can email it to you all. So make sure that Ananda or Tony Ray have your correct email address. So Rotary. How many of you had heard of Rotary before you signed up for the Model UN? Oh, good. Okay, lovely. So Rotary International was founded in 1905 in Chicago by a man called Paul Harris. He was a lawyer who moved from rural Illinois into the big city of Chicago and didn't have any friends. And he decided to start a network where he would meet with other professionals from different disciplines once a week just to start to build his network. And it began actually just as that, just basically men networking. And it very quickly, they realized that they needed a purpose. And so service was integrated into their organization. The very first service project that Rotary ever did was public toilets in the city of Chicago. In 1989, through a judgment of the Supreme Court of the United States of America, women were allowed to join Rotary. And now, 100+ years later, we have more than 1 million members in more than 30,000 clubs around the world. Can I ask the Rotarians in the room to stand? The members of the Rotary Club of Central Port of Spain, we have quite a few. These are the people who've made today possible, so please give them a round of applause. And we also have on our Zoom call Hans and Eric, who have worked tirelessly to make sure that all of the tech support is ready for our regional delegates. So I really want to thank all the members of the Rotary Club of Central Port of Spain who worked so hard to put this together for you. Our role is to build partnerships with all of the different speakers that you're going to hear from, the University of the West Indies, all the caterers, etc. We also have responsibility for raising the money for this event. It is not cheap to feed 200 children for 8 weeks, as you can imagine. So a big part of our job is to raise the funds to convince corporate Trinidad and Tobago and other donors that this is a program worth investing in. And I say that to say, because you are going to be asked during the next few weeks, some of you, to do some small interviews on camera just to talk a bit about your experience, because we need to convince sponsors going forward that this is worth investing in, right? I know you're investing your time and your talent, but we're investing their treasure. So it's important that we give them that return on their investment. So we, of course, liaise with all the different vendors. We engage your schools, your parents, and of course, the students. We are responsible for photography, social media promotion, etc. And of course, your well-being throughout this program. So the actual program itself is going to be run by our general committee and trainers, but Rotarians are here We will always be wearing branded Rotary jerseys or a Rotary pin. If you have any questions, concerns, issues, find a Rotarian, okay? We are here to help you. We are here to support you. Make sure that your experience is a really positive one. And as I mentioned, we are very excited this year for our 25th anniversary. Delegates coming in these have been out before, I think. They're already registered, yes? I think so, yes. We have 5 countries in the region. Now, Rotary Central Port of Spain is part of the Southern Caribbean group, which is called District 7030. And we have young people, as I mentioned, from 5 different countries joining us online and then at the event in November. And this has been promoted throughout our district. And in fact, some of the Rotary countries have even had competitions to select their UN delegates. So we're very excited to have them on board, and we'll see them in November. As I mentioned, we have to have sponsors. This is only possible with money. And these are the sponsors that have partnered with us for this year. We have the Massey Foundation, JMMB Bank, Tropical Shipping, Ramps Logistics, Eldorado Offshore, Atlantic LNG, the United Nations itself, and of course our wonderful Rotaract Club of Central Port of Spain, who provide us with a lot of the technical and other support. So let's have a look at the goals of the Model UN. The primary goal is to educate you about the structure and operations of the United Nations, key themes in international relations, global politics, how international diplomacy works, and the mission of the United Nations. As the General Assembly is meeting this coming week, you will probably have the opportunity during the next few days to actually watch some of the GA meetings, or at least recordings of it on YouTube. So I would encourage you over the next few days, once they start on Tuesday, to go and actually watch how the GA operates, how the room is run, how the debate is run, how the dialogue is run. They are expecting the leader of Palestine to speak at some point. As some of you may know, there is a lot of controversy now about recognizing Palestine as a member state of the United Nations. That's going to be on the agenda for this coming week. So these are important things for you to be aware of as members of the Model UN General Assembly. We want to give you the opportunity to expand your knowledge about international relations, the way that diplomats will discuss issues with one another, and also for you to have some insight into how complicated it is to try and resolve international issues. So the goal of Model UN is by the end of these 8 weeks, so the 7 weeks of training and then the Model UN itself, that you will actually have a better understanding of the world you live in. Because you don't just live in Trinidad and Tobago, you live in the Caribbean, you live in North America, Latin America, the world. You are global citizens. I'm sure many of you are probably gaming from time to time with young people in other parts of the world that you've never met. You might be connected through your school with young people in other countries. So you have to think of yourself as global citizens. Even if you never leave Trinidad and Tobago, you still have a role to play in steering our world in a particular direction. And we're also going to teach you some very useful life skills, such as public speaking, diplomacy, how to do research, how to compromise, how to negotiate. So there's a lot that you can take away from the Model UN that you can then transfer into your school and your professional lives. The 2025 Model UN theme is peace and human rights. It's a very important theme as we recognize the 80th anniversary of the UN. And the idea is that we need peace in this world, as I'm sure you would all agree. We need peace right here in Trinidad and Tobago, because peace is something, it's not just an idea or a concept. It actually is something that transforms lives. And we're talking really about the idea of positive peace. So it is not just the absence of war or the absence of conflict, but it is putting structures and mechanisms in place that build peace, that build skills for conflict resolution, for example. So if you can imagine in a community where there's a lot of gang violence, instead of violence, there was a format where the gangs could come together and discuss their issues and have mediation to try and resolve some of their conflict without using violence. That's the idea around positive peace. So we want every individual to thrive. We want justice to prevail. and that where we have harmony as much as we can in communities. So the idea is that you as young people will be architects of peace. That is our challenge to you going through the Model UN, to build a sustainable world where every individual, and I'm sure you want this for yourselves, can study in peace, live in peace, work in peace, have a family in peace, grow in peace. And young people have a vital role to play in this. The UN has invested a lot in young people, as I mentioned earlier, the 2030 strategy. I would encourage you to follow this young man, Philippe Paulier, who is the UN Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs. So the UN is giving young people a voice, giving them leaders to follow and to communicate with. And what Philippe says is that we need young people to be full partners, not just people that this happens to, but that this happens with. So you participate meaningfully in policy making. So this is where in a country like Trinidad and Tobago, you can get involved in your Rotaract clubs or your Interact clubs, but also in your local political groups or your youth parliaments, finding a way to really have a voice in the decisions that are going to affect you. How many of you have seen Hamilton? Fabulous, right? Fabulous. But remember, there's that song about being in the room where the sausage is made, right? That is what you have to be. You have to be in the room where the decisions are made about you and for you, for your future. So the tools that we give you in the Model UN go some way to giving you that framework that you can actually now start to advocate for your own futures and start to build your voices. Rotary and the UN actually have a long history of working together. The Rotary International has one of the highest consultative statuses at the UN. In fact, when the UN was founded just after the end of the Second World War, Rotary was one of the very first civil society organizations to be invited to have a seat at the UN. So we have always been involved in working with the UN and its various member states to try and build a more peaceful world. We have in Rotary what we call 7 areas of focus, one of which is conflict resolution, peace and conflict resolution. And we have peace scholars around the world that are funded by our Rotary Foundation. So we're training people in a more detailed way to be peace builders. And our 7 areas of focus align with the UN's 13 SDGs. So if any of you are interested when you finish this Model UN experience in learning more about peace building as a career, how to become actively involved in being a peace builder. Maybe it's a job at the UN, maybe it's work at the ILO, UNICEF. We have a number of UN offices here in Trinidad and Tobago. Many of them offer internships. Many of them offer jobs for young people. So if you are inspired at the end of this program to actually look at this as a life choice or a direction for your life, for your academic studies, your career choices, please let us know. We would be very happy to connect you with the different opportunities that exist. And I'm very happy to say that over the years, we've had many MUN alumni go on to work for the UN, to embrace different scholarship opportunities, work in different parts of the world now to bring what they've learned at the UN, at the Model UN, to life. And our theme in Rotary, every year we have a different theme, and our theme for 2025-26 is Unite for Good, which is really at the heart of peace building. Uniting together for the good of mankind, for the good of each other, for the good of our neighbors. We cannot do peace alone. We cannot build a peaceful world alone. Yes, I can be a peaceful person. So that starts with, sitting in traffic and staying calm, just giving the traffic to the universe. Going through the 400th pothole on my way here this morning and just giving the potholes to the universe. There are things in your life that get you frustrated, but you can choose how you react, right? So it starts with you being a peaceful person, being a calm person. But in order for us to achieve peace in a more broad way, we have to collaborate. We have to work together. We have to foster connections with each other. And that's something we also want to encourage you to do through the Model UN. When we select countries next week, you are not going to be working with the students from your own school. You're going to be paired with young people from other schools It is a random pairing. It's a bit like, I don't know, the National Lottery, right? So we're going to just put the names in a hat, pull out 2 names, and then you get a country. And the idea behind that is to encourage you to collaborate, to get outside your comfort zone. So a young person from Pinal will be working with a young person from Port of Spain, and together you will be the delegation of Botswana. And that's how the Model UN works. Yes, so we want you to collaborate, to build your network, to get to know one another. Okay, so let's have a look at our training program. So the trainers and the general committee, who will explain to you in a bit more detail their roles and what they're going to be doing, are all Model UN alumni. They have been through at least one, if not more, Model UNs. They are very experienced in the policies and procedures of MUN, and they're a great resource for you. So you will get their numbers. I know you're going to be on WhatsApp chats and different regional blocks and so on as you go along. So I'm going to ask the trainers to please just come forward so we can introduce you. We have our head trainer, Raisa. Oh, look, they're coming down the stairs. It's like a fashion show. We have Camilla, Kafia, and Vivica, who are your senior trainers. And then we have 4 junior trainers, Jaden, Haley, Jade, and Sanjeev. So these are your trainers. These young people are all Model UN experts, and they are going to be carrying you through all of the afternoon sessions, going through all of the different policies and protocols of the UN. So here are your trainers. Round of applause for our lovely young people. Thank you very much. And you guys can take a seat. And now we have your general committee. Can I ask the GC to stand at the front of the hall? The president of your general committee, these are going to be the people who are going to run the debate on the 8th of November. We have Celine Allen is your president. Jael Superville is your rapporteur. We have Akash as your secretary general. And we have quite a few VPs. We have Zachariah, Brian, Jessica, and Jibril as VP1, and Safna, Javon, Nadij, and Hannah as VPs 2. So they are going to work with you in your regional blocks. So once you get your country allocations, you'll start to work in regional blocks, African countries, Asian countries, etc. And these are the team leaders who are going to work you through your paces. So thank you very much, General Committee. Appreciate you. Take a seat. Thank you. So these are all the young people. So when the old people like me finish talking, these young people are going to be the ones that lead you through the program, all right? Also a great resource for you if you're having any challenges, issues, please chat with them, and obviously we'll do what we can to assist. So this is the program. You should have all received this program already. If you haven't, just make sure we've got the correct email address. Obviously, today is our opening session, so this is our introduction. Next week, Saturday, we are going to have the UN with us, and we have a number of different presenters from the United Nations. It's very important that you are on time or early, and I want to, again, shout out Asja for being early, because once we have speakers in the room, we shut the doors. So if you're not in the hall by 9, we are not going to let you in. Today was an exception because it's day 1 and it's just me. But when we have guests, we shut the doors, okay? So please make every effort to be on time when we have guests. And typically the guests will speak in the morning, then we have our lunch break, and then in the afternoon, the general committee and the trainers take over. So next week, Saturday, we have the UN with us. The following Saturday, we actually have 2 presentations. We have the first on mental health and wellness, which we recognize we only introduced a couple of years ago, but a very important topic for young people, and hopefully to help you cope with the rigors of the MUN, but just life in general. And then in the afternoon, the Caribbean Center for Human Rights will be joining us to talk a bit about the work that's being done in the region around human rights. On the 11th of October, we have our diplomat panel. And it's very exciting this year because we have the USA, who have been with us for a few times, but we have Panama, who we've never had before. Their ambassador is a lovely, lovely person. And we also have the Australian High Commissioner. Again, we've never had Australia before. And we have a new High Commissioner for the EU. Peter Cavendish was their commissioner for a number of years. He's left, and we will have Cecile Tassin joining us. So that panel is very, very interesting. They're going to share with you a little bit about their journey. If those of you that might be interested in becoming diplomats, pursuing international relations as a career, representing, I mean, you know, to be the Trinidad and Tobago High Commissioner to London. Nice job, right? I did apply a couple of times, but Dr. Rowley didn't take me on. But, you know, there's a career in international relations, there's a career in diplomacy. So this may be a pathway that's of interest to you. So you can ask them questions about their choices, what they chose to study, you know, how they decided to get into this career. And then on the 18th of October, we're going to have Toastmasters here. They're going to be doing some public speaking training with you. And then on the 25th, just the trainers. And on the 1st of November, I'll be back just to do the final wrap up before the event itself. Okay, so all the training is 9 to 4 with lunch at 12 to 1. The goals of the training are to make sure that you understand how the proceedings run during a General Assembly, how to write resolutions, how to understand the vocabulary of the UN. This is not a place where you just say, I'd like to say something. There's different points of orders. There's rules about how positions are put forward in the UN, and you're going to be learning that during this program. Of course, public speaking, writing, research, collaboration, etc. As I mentioned, each pair of delegates will select randomly one UN member state to represent. And then you do have some of the countries represented in Trinidad and Tobago with local high commissions or embassies or consulates. There aren't many, but there are a few. So depending on which country you select, we may be able to help you connect with the embassy. We generally invite them to come to the Model UN so that they would come and see you representing their country. So for example, if you pick Australia, we would expect you to connect with Sonia when she's here to, you know, let the Australian embassy know that you're going to be doing an amazing job representing them. And then they'll, you know, come to the event as well. Okay. So make those connections where possible. And you have to know your country. Do the research. We used to do country selection much later in the program. And because of the feedback from our GC, we've moved it to much earlier to give you more time to truly get to know and do the research about the country that you're going to be representing. Back in the day, you used to have to go into the library at the UN and go through books. I know, horrendous. Now you're just Googling, right, or AIing, but make sure it's the truth. Make sure you validate the information that you Google. All right, so that you really have to do your research. So you're going to be looking at your country's record, for example, on peace, on human rights violations, just generally, what are the demographics of the country? What is the politics of the country? Is it a democracy? Is it an autocracy? All of these things are important so that you can represent the country accurately. And again, we're not judging. We're not saying this is, I mean, we may think some of it's right or wrong, but you are going to be representing that country. So you have to believe what you're saying, okay? Make sure you understand their viewpoint. Get familiar with the SDGs. Sorry, 17. I think I said 13, 17, right? You are going to be at the UN General Assembly, so you've got to know what the Sustainable Development Agenda is for the UN, right? So make sure you do your research on the SDGs. You should be able to tie some of your arguments back to the Sustainable Development Goals, right? So it's important to become fluent in those. So as we have mentioned already, you would have got emails about this, about your attire for training. No short pants, bring a sweater. I know some people get cold in the room. We will provide lunch, and we do require students to attend all sessions. If for any reason you cannot attend a session, you must let Ananda, myself, Leslie know at least the night before, unless there's been, you know, a crisis on the Saturday morning. But please just send us a WhatsApp, right? Because otherwise we are going to be counting on you. So in terms of your dress code, even though it's casual, for example, you know, we've got diplomats coming, we've got members of the UN team and so on. So it's important to be respectful. So this will not be allowed into the Model UN. Okay. I don't even know why that's a fashion, but I'm an old person. So, and this goes for boys and girls. So just saying, okay. Please do not wear these to the MUN training sessions. All right. During the Model UN, we are going to be taking photographs. And you have already signed consent forms that allow us to use your image in our social media and other promotions. If anybody has any issues with their photograph being used, you must tell us now. But I also want to say that if you are taking photos of each other, you know, selfies and whatnot, please make sure you get permission from people before posting their pictures, okay? We are going to be doing some video recording. We are creating a video this year that we can use for future sponsorship and so on. And we may even ask some of you to join us on interviews for the media. We do, of course, invite the media to the event. So you are going to be going live, as it were. So let's have a look at the dress code for the Model UN. So the Model UN is on the 8th of November. And so you have, what's that, a couple of months. And you are basically going to be representing your country, as I've already said. And so we give you a few options in how you can dress for the Model UN. The first and preferred option is for you to dress in the national costume of the country you are representing. And we love this because visually it's beautiful. It just adds a lot of color and drama to the event. Some countries are going to be a lot easier than others. If you get India, if you get Kenya, you know, some of those outfits we may already have in our closets or our family closets and so on. Some may take a little bit of work. We have seen some very creative costumes over the years. But as I said, if you're the United States of America, I mean, you could come as a cowboy, but I don't think that's necessarily a true representation. So it does depend on the country you get. Some countries, it's a lot more obvious what the costume may be. But if you have the resources and the support and the time to do a national costume, we would really love that because it just adds so much beauty to the event, okay? But you do have another option. You can wear your school uniform. Boo, I know. I don't think we've ever had anybody actually come in their school uniform, but it is an option if you know, and we're not judging anybody. We know not everybody has money to go and buy fabric and get things made. So you do have this option, all right? And then the third option is business attire, right? So, I mean, really, please make an effort to do some beautiful national costumes. But what we've seen a lot of the time is people wearing business attire, but then maybe wearing a scarf of the colors of their country or a buttonaire or a banner or, you know, so you can jazz it up. So if you are Spain, you could wear a red shirt and a yellow hat with a blue suit. I don't know. You can make it colorful, right? That's what we're encouraging you to do. Make it visually beautiful, even if it's a suit. All right. But even with the attire options that you have, we still have some rules about the Model UN, how you dress, because remember, this is the General Assembly of the United Nations, okay? So we do not want anybody wearing skirts that are so short that when you sit down, it is Hello Kitty. Okay? I know you know what that means. You have to be respectful. So for the ladies and even the gents, if you're representing Fiji or Tonga or one of those countries where they're wearing a skirt, no problem. Please make sure your skirts are on or below the knee. If you are wearing blouses, they should not be so tight or gaping that we are, you know, seeing all of your assets. Please remember, modesty is the watchword of the UN. We are there to hear your voice, not see your breasts. Okay? So let us focus on what we want to deliver. So lovely. If in doubt, ask your grandmother what she would have worn to the Model UN when she was a girl. Okay? Respectful, nice, professional. Skirts on or below the knees, sensible shoes, keep the makeup neutral. And now the exception is if you're in your national costume and the national costume is, you know, very flamboyant earrings or makeup or hairstyle, then okay. But if you're in business attire, we would expect you to be a little bit more conservative. We do not allow hooker shoes at MUN. Please make sure you can walk. We have seen some of the female delegates come in like baby giraffes, trying to wobble their way in on ginormous heels. It is not a fashion show, okay? We want you to be comfortable, have a lovely experience, have a lovely day, not have feet that are blistered and bleeding. Okay, same with wedges. So if you're in doubt, take a picture of your shoes and send them to me and I will tell you whether they are acceptable or not. So super, lovely. The uglier, the better, I think is probably a good watchword for MUN. If they're ugly but comfortable, that's your safest bet, okay? No, I'm being silly, but obviously we want you to be respectful of the venue. Now, unless your national costume is nails from space, then fine, but we expect you to be modest with your nails, jewelry, etc. So these will not be acceptable. Keep them neat, keep them short, keep them professional, okay? Gentlemen, we do not need to see your underpants at MUN. I don't really understand this fashion, but I accept that it is a fashion statement. But there are no delegates at the General Assembly who have their underpants out. Even if your underpants are, you know, Republic of Korea, right? They're made in China and that's part of your Chinese costume, maybe, but let's not have underpants on display. We do not allow shorts unless you are representing which country? Bermuda, because that is their national attire, right? Yes, Bermuda shorts. You know, I've heard of Bermuda shorts. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure if Bermuda's on our list this year, but we do not, of course, allow shorts. Plus, the hall is cold, so, you know, your legs will get cold. So, gentlemen, ties, we do not do the Donald Trump long tie thing. Don't tell the Americans I said that. Ties are a certain length. There's a lot of protocol online you can go and research to make sure that your tie is the right length, to make sure that, of course, you're not wearing sneakers, again, unless it's part of your national costume. Okay? Your shoe color, there is a difference between what color shoes you wear depending on the suit, the jacket that you wear. I won't go through this in detail, but you can go and research it to make sure that you are looking like you are a delegate of the UN. We do need your t-shirt sizes. Leslie, who's at the back of the hall, is going to be gathering t-shirt sizes from you. Everybody will get a MUN t-shirt, and on the last day of training, we all wear our t-shirts and we take a lovely group photo in the grounds of UE, right? So all of us together. So over the next couple of weeks, we're going to need to get your t-shirt sizes. Sorry, down. Oh, today, right? Okay, sorry, my bad. We need them today. So I don't know whether Leslie will go around during lunch or at some point. He's going to ask you for your t-shirt sizes, okay? I don't know if do these run big or small this year? We don't know. Yes, they run big and small, yes. Oh, okay, lovely. So if you haven't given your t-shirt size to Ananda, please do so, okay? And then remember to wear it on the last day of training. Okay. Let's go through some of the rules and regulations of MUN. This is where the Model UN is going to be held at the Cascadia Hotel in St. Anne's. Does everybody know where it is? Most people do? Okay. It's a little tricky to find if you haven't been there before, but I'm sure you'll get their own ways. Some of our delegates will be actually spending Friday night at the hotel, children who come from far, from deep south, etc., and our general committee and our trainers, and of course our regional delegates will be there. But we'll be in the main ballroom. As you arrive at the hotel and go into the reception, you'll see the Model UN. So on the 8th of November, the doors will open at 6:30 in the morning. We expect you there in the room, sat down no later than 7:30. There will be a buffet breakfast provided. I saw somebody in the back go, yes, it's a full, lovely day. We'll be there at 5:30 a.m. And if old people can get up early, so can young people. You have all the stamina. But I am happy to tell you that the President of the Republic will be there to give opening remarks. And so when she arrives, we start. The doors get shut, the proceedings begin. Yeah, you do not keep the president waiting while Harry from Point Fortin is still on his way buying doubles, right? So we make sure and we're on time. And we have the debate, the opening ceremony from 8 to 9, and then your debate begins at 9 o'clock. We have lunch in the restaurant, and then we come back into the hall. And then towards the end of the day around, is that a cell phone? If your phone rings, it's $100 to the Rotary Foundation. TT or US, whichever you wish to give, which is why I asked you to silence your phones. And then at the end of the day, we will present you with your certificates. And of course, we finish by about 5 o'clock. It's important that your parents come and pick you up on time. We have had children there till 7:30, 8 o'clock at night in the past, and we can't leave until you leave. So we really want you to leave. Okay? Wonderful. All right. Obviously, you are in a hotel where there will be other guests, people having lunch, people staying in the hotel. We do not expect you to be rowdy, to be congregating in public areas, to, pulling false fire alarms, any of those things. It's very important that you respect the rules of the hotel. And if anybody misbehaves, oh, sorry. Okay. Can I do that question at the end? Yeah. Yeah, we will kick you out of MUN if you misbehave, because you not only disrespect us and the group, you disrespect yourself, right? This is an opportunity. We've had to turn away children this year. We were oversubscribed. We've had to say no to a couple of schools, a couple of young people. So this is a real opportunity for you. So embrace it in a positive spirit, and don't do anything to disrupt. Obviously, you're not allowed in the pool or by the bar. We don't expect you to loiter in the lobby area. You just stay in the hall and in the restaurant. And if you do have to leave the hotel for any reason, you must let us know. The majority of you are under the age of 18, and so we are responsible for you. So do not call your boyfriend and tell him meet you in the car park, right? If you're leaving the hotel, you're going to be given wristbands, and security will be watching people in wristbands. So you'll not be allowed to wander all over the hotel compound. All right. So follow the rules, stay in the hall. We are not responsible for any personal items that you bring to the Model UN. So if you are bringing, and I'm sure many of you will, your laptops, your tablets, your phones, chargers, there will be charging stations in the room, but you need to bring your own charging cords. Please label them, because all laptop charging cords look the same. Put a sticker on there, cover it in glitter, tie ribbons on it. But if you lose it or leave it there, we are not responsible, right? Glasses, jewelry. I really recommend you don't bring or wear any jewelry that's particularly precious, not because you're going to get robbed, but because things fall off. We found earrings in the past and a watch one year. So don't wear anything that's really precious, because we may not be able to find it. But also, we want to make sure that you leave the way you came. So you're going to be responsible. Label your things. Label your things. If any of you are on any medication, you would have already had to give Ananda this information, but it's very important to let us know. We cannot give you any medication. I can't give you an aspirin if you have a headache. So if you're somebody who's prone to headaches during your cycle or in air conditioning, or if you haven't had a lot of sleep, whatever, take the medication that you bring the medication that you normally have. And of course, if anybody has any illegal substances, so if you are the delegation of Jamaica, you are not allowed to smoke marijuana in the hall, and just as part of your national costume. That is not going to fly. Okay. We have a zero tolerance policy concerning any drug abuse, alcohol abuse, of course. And we have the right to ask you to leave the Model UN for any reason that we think is valid. So we expect you to be on your best behavior at all times. You must let us know if you have any special needs. Most of you already will have, but if you have any special requirements as it relates to diet, prayer, any of those things, make sure that we know, okay? Because, it's important in case something happens so if you know you're at risk of something and you have a doctor who's, familiar with your condition, make sure that we have that information. Or, let us have a chat with your parents. So we expect you to focus throughout this program. We expect you to be on time, ask questions, to listen, to learn from each other, and to lean into the experience and have a wonderful, positive time. I also want to affirm to all of you that this is a safe space. Rotary has a statement of conduct for how we work with young people, and we are committed as Rotarians and as Rotary clubs to fostering an environment that is safe and free from abuse. So we will strive to create an environment that is safe for all of you and protect you from any kind of abuse. And that includes bullying. That includes the misuse of your images, as I mentioned, if you're taking photos of each other, asking permission. So we will not tolerate any behavior that infringes the wellness or happiness of another delegate. So if you see a delegate being bullied, come and tell us. If you yourself are being bullied, come and tell us. I don't expect anybody in this hall to be judging somebody because of their religion, sexual orientation, their weight, their ethnicity, whatever it might be. This is the UN. We are all equal here, and we are all respectful of each other. There's, of course, to be no physical violence at all. I am allowed to shove Rotarians from time to time as chairman of the project. But no, I'm just kidding. We do not tolerate any physical violence at all. Remember, this is about peace and human rights, right? So we can't have a Model UN about peace when the delegates are beating each other up in the hall. We did have one year, very spectacularly, when the US, the delegation of the United States of America declared war on China in the Model UN, but it didn't actually come to any violence. Nobody was harmed. It was drones only, I believe, a drone attack. But my point is, whatever your words and in the debate, you still respect one another, okay? So it's very important. If you receive something on your phone that is mocking or teasing or bullying another delegate, don't share it with everybody else. Bring it to our attention, right? You're not here to spread rumors and gossip. I don't know how many of you have seen that documentary on Netflix of that girl that was being cyberbullied and it ended up being her mum. Did you see that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but it's worth watching. But I mean, literally within minutes, this thing was around the whole school and she and her boyfriend broke up and it was a whole drama and a terrible, terrible impact on her mental health and her well-being. So you would not like it done to you, so don't do it to others. Right? We expect you to report any incidents of harassment, any complaints that you may have. Please make sure and report them to us. So there are things that you can do that don't require any special talent, but that earn you respect. Being on time, putting in the effort, having positive energy, passion for the project, body language, sitting up straight, leaning in, right? Being open and awake. I know it's early in the morning on a Saturday, but we want you to engage and being open to suggestions and ideas and being prepared. Do your homework, do your research. The golden rule, as you probably are aware, do unto others. This is actually a wonderful mosaic that's actually at the headquarters of the UN in New York City. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Golden rule of MUN. So just always think, how would I want to be treated in that situation? All right. And then finally, get connected. So we have a Facebook page. I know young people don't use Facebook anymore. It's just for Gen X and baby boomers. But we are on there. And I would encourage you, if you have a Facebook account, to please go and follow us on Facebook. We'll be posting some of our videos and so on there. And actually, the embassies that are coming have Facebook pages so that you can follow. They have scholarship opportunities. So your being part of the Model UN is actually an incredible pathway. If you're looking for scholarship for university, for example, I've given hundreds of testimonials to MUN delegates over the years to apply for college or peace conferences or whatever it might be. So, you know, the way that you perform at this UN, the Model UN, actually can have an impact on your future. There are many Model UNs online. If you Google, there's lots of different Model UNs that happen. There's a huge one that takes place at The Hague in Holland every year. There's a big one in Brazil. There's a big one at the UN. So maybe somewhere in your journey might be for you to actually go and participate in one of the big Model UNs. Sadly, I have no money to send you, but, you know, we can do a letter of commendation. But if you have, at the end of this experience, really been inspired, then there's other places you can go to build on your Model UN experience. There's also a lot of information online to how to be the best delegate. So again, do your research. The team are going to be sharing a lot of information with you, but we expect you to also do your own preparation. And of course, the UN in the Caribbean, go and have a look at their website. As I mentioned earlier, they have careers, they have internships. So go and look, they have a careers page. So you can sign up for alerts. Maybe, you're in school now, but next summer you might be looking for an internship at the UN. Your Model UN experience is going to be a great platform to get you. I can't guarantee you the job, but we can get you in the door. And of course, UNYouth2030.com. I should really have QR codes, sorry. A bit old-fashioned. All right, and of course, join, Rotaract or Interact. If there isn't one near you, then call us, we can find one. We can build one in your school. Here are the phone numbers, if you don't already have them, of some of the useful contacts. Of course, Ananda, who has been handling all of our registration. My cell phone number, and Leslie at the back of the hall. We're all on WhatsApp. Please don't WhatsApp me at in the middle of the night with a picture of shoes the night before MUN to see if they're the right shoes for MUN. I had one year, a girl sent me 14 dresses and asked me to pick the one she should wear. I mean, I know you're young, but you can take some decisions. So just pick the top two and I'll tell you which of the top two are the right ones to wear. But no, seriously, we're here to help you. If you're struggling with anything, if you have questions about anything, if your parents have questions, make sure and reach out to us. Right. So Elitha, past President Elitha, asked a question about whether parents are going to be allowed into the Model UN. The short answer is no. And I'm saying that with a caveat. We have registered some parents as observers, but because there are so many of you this year, we don't have a lot of space in the hall for observers. And we do tend to reserve observers for our diplomats and our sponsors. So the short answer is no. They can obviously bring you, but we are live streaming the event this year. The UN has offered us their live streaming service, so your parents will be able to watch it in the comfort of their home. Okay. I know that in the past, some delegates have actually come the night before and stayed in the hotel with their parents the night before. If you're interested in that option, let us know. We can give you the contact for the hotel. You can book the room directly with them. But no, we really don't have the space this year, Letha, for parents. Any other questions, folks, before I relieve you? Yes, in the back. There is a microphone here. I don't know if you can make your way to it or we can get it to you. Thanks, Leslie.
Thank you. Good morning. So this is going back to the Interactors Club you had mentioned. If I wanted to start one or Rotaract in my school in collaboration with the Rotary Act Club of Central Port of Spain, how do I go about doing that, or who do I talk to?
All right, so beautiful question. Thank you. Are you in high school or you finished high school?
Yes, I am in high school. I'm in upper sixth.
Okay, lovely. So Interact clubs are in high schools. Well, they can also be community-based, but mostly in high schools. Where are you located?
In France, we're Girls College. That's in Belmont, Port of Spain.
Okay. I'm guessing we have some alumni. I actually think we are already in talks with your school about that. I think about setting up an Interact club. So come and chat with me at some point and I will get that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome, love. All right. Any other questions, concerns? Everybody's clear on everything? Yes? Okay, wonderful. So that ends my piece for today. Obviously, we are around for the next couple of hours. We will break at 12 for lunch, but I'm now going to hand you over to your Yes, I did at the beginning. Yeah. Sorry, okay, well, we want to give another shout out to our regional delegates who are on the call with us today, and the Rotarians from Antigua, St. Vincent, Montserrat, Grenada, and Curacao. Thank you all, and Eric and Hans from our club who are also online. And to welcome them. And as I mentioned, you will be seeing them in person on the 8th of November. So folks, that ends it for me. We are going to go until 12 o'clock when I will come back and we will organize you for lunch. We will probably do it row by row. Lunch is going to be just across the way in the Undercroft. So enjoy the sessions. Please have an amazing Model UN. Please be on time and respectful of each other and of the Rotarians, interactors and Rotaractors. And I look forward to seeing you all later on today. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Oh. Good morning, delegates. Hi, guys. All right, so we want to give the regional delegates an opportunity to introduce themselves as they're online. So okay. Yeah. All right. So I'm seeing who says from Curacao, you can go in alphabetical order from Curacao if that's okay. And don't forget to unmute your microphone.
Yes, hello.
Yes, we're hearing you.
Yes, my name is Kalen Slier. I'm 17 years old. And I'm part of the Curacao delegate.
Yeah. Oh, multi-speaker. Okay, just reintroduce yourself real quickly again, Caitlin.
Could you unmute us, please? I think Hans mutes everyone, or what?
You're supposed to be able to unmute from your side.
Yes, hi, good morning. This is Hans speaking, Hans Schilders from the Rotary Club Central Port of Spain, but in communication with the regional delegates. As far as I can see, anyone who participates can unmute themselves if they want to speak for a moment. I did hear Kalen, so maybe we can hear the next person from Curacao and then move on. I hope in the room there where you all are, that you also can see on the big screen the little images and that you can hear the regional delegates. If you hear me, you should be able to hear also the regional delegates.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Thanks, Hans.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Joshua from Curacao, and I'm looking forward to these upcoming trainings and just interacting with my fellow delegates, getting to know each other, and also just brainstorming about all the different ideas of things we can come up with. So I'm pretty excited. Thank you.
Thanks, Joshua. All right, next person.
Hi, my name is Sean. I'm from Curacao. I'm 18 years old, and I'm excited to learn and meet new people. And yeah.
Thanks to Sean. Okay, very high tech.
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Hi. Oh, there's an echo on their side. Welcome to technology, guys. This is what happens.
Yeah, so good morning. My name is Mark Hoyer. I am 18 years old, and I am really excited for to be attending the Model United Nations conferences. And I particularly am aiming to help the youth through the empowerment of giving information, helping with education, and I will be looking forward to be attending the debates and conferences in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Hello, my name is Yuna. I'm from Curacao, and I'm looking forward to attending the trainings and conferences and debates, and it sounds like a lot of fun.
All right, thank you, Yuna. All right, is that all from Curacao? That's all. Okay, thank you. And we'll go on to Antigua.
Hi,
That's all
good
the
morning,
people from
everyone.
Curacao. We also have the Rotarians, but that's okay. Those are the delegates, okay?
All right, thank you. Yes, Antigua.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Akemi, and I'm 17 years old. I'm excited to network with everyone, learn more about the UN and their mission, and also learning different soft and hard skills and learning from the experience.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Anastasia Wilson, a Rotarian from Antigua. And I just wanted to say that there are two other delegates, but they will join at 1 p.m.
1 p.m. Okay, and what are their
Yes,
names?
from Antigua. Kiara Wenga and David Ashiboy Mensa.
Okay, thank you, Anastasia.
Okay.
All righty. So we will go on to Montserrat if they're online.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kira Daly. I am 18 years old and I'm from Montserrat. I am excited for Mother Nations to learn more about it and to network with the other interactors and students around the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thanks, Kira.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Nia Sidwani, and I'm very excited to partake in this coming opportunity and learn from this as well. Thank you so much.
All right, Nilesh. There's only two persons from Montserrat, right? Okay, thank you. We'll go on to St. Vincent.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Maya Kamabach. I'm 17 years old and I'm from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm excited to contribute to new ideas, work along with new people, and learn new experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naya James. Like Maya, I'm 17 years old and from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm very excited to meet new people as well as learn more about how I can be a positive impact in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. From the regional delegates, has anyone been to Trinidad and Tobago before? You can just raise your hand on the reaction side. If or you can raise your hand. I don't mind, you know. Okay, all right. So we look forward to having you again. And for those who have not been, we look forward to meeting you and making sure that it's an enjoyable experience. You have a lot of students here, it's like 100 and plenty. So you'll have a good experience coming down and seeing everyone in person, and hopefully persons in your blocks would also be as interactive online as they will be in person for the final debates. All right. Now we are going to break for a bit in person here to do an icebreaker. So yes, icebreaker. So you guys can log off for now and then rejoin at that will be probably after lunch at 1. So you can log off for now. We'll send a message before we start back at 1 o'clock. All right. Thank you. Oh, I'm not going there. Yeah.
Testing.
All right. Hi, delegates. Yes. All right. Just one slide correction for the training times. We're finishing at 3 today, and then going forward, we'll let you know. But prepare yourselves. One of the sessions, more than likely second to last, when we have the mock debates, we may be finishing at 4. And that's just to make sure we're facilitating all the feedback, all the training, etc. Okay? Is that okay with you all? You sure? Okay. All right. So we're going to do one of your least favorite things, which is an icebreaker, which is to get to know each other because it's multiples of you. And we'll be heading out to the greens and we will be guiding you guys outside. We don't want you to stray and everything. By a show of hands, anybody ever played bingo before? Oh, and I thought that was an old people thing. But hold on, hold on, hold on. 1 second. Have your seats. All right. Before we go outside, I want us to do, well, at least for the trainers and general committee, to reintroduce ourselves because we kind of sped through it for the presentation that Laura was doing. All right, so just to reintroduce, my name is Raisa and I'll be your head trainer. I've been in MUN for a little too long. This is my last one. Uh, yeah, surprise, surprise, guys. But yeah, I will be leaving. This is my last MUN and it's going to be emotional because I've been here for 10 years. Yeah, I know. Shocker, right? So it's been a decade of experience, a decade of fun. I don't know how many of you would stay for that long. Hint, hint to my trainers. Um, when I first did MUN, I represented the Netherlands, and then I did Trinidad and Tobago, and I became a VP afterwards, and then I've been a trainer and now head trainer for the past 2 years. So that's kind of how the flow of your experience can go once you perform well and behave yourself. So keep yourself up to date with everything, be participative, ask questions, because we will be keeping our eyes on you as well as you go through these sessions. And you just might come back and don't be like me and spend 10 years, guys. Live your life. As fun as it is, MUN is a dedication. If you do not have the time and patience to work with young people, do not do it. I have time and patience, clearly. I love working with y'all. So, get that into your mind if you really want to be here for the long run and learn from the trainers and general committee. They're excellent at what they do. And yeah, look forward to a good time. So I will bring up other trainers to reintroduce themselves and give you an idea of who they are. Yeah.
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Kafia Shah. I will be your VP, well, your trainer for the Asia Pacific block. Like Raisa, I was a delegate. I was the delegation of, sorry, we are the delegation of Kafia Shah. We would have represented Germany in 2019. We would have come back as a general committee member, as the role of president, and we've been here for quite some time. We're not going to say much about the experience. However, what we want to leave you with is enjoy the time. The effort that goes into Model UN every single year, y'all can't comprehend. The second you guys leave here, at the end of the training sessions and all of that, plans for next year. So make the most of it, make the connections, because I'm telling you, you're sitting down next to your minister. You're sitting down next to people who you're going to see in the next 10, 15 years, and that connection between you and a job is because you signed a clause a few years ago, right? So yes, I will now pass you guys over to Kel.
We have not said anything yet. Oh my goodness. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tikel Art.
General Assembly, General Committee, the delegation of Camila Indriago greets you this morning. We are the head trainer for the Americas. We look forward to having you, exercising this Model UN with you, expanding our knowledge, and more than ever, deepen our understanding of sustainable development goals, public speaking, debate, research, social work, and human rights. We look forward to working with you in this Model United Nations.
With the delegation of the Cal Archer, please come to the stage.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Again, we are the delegation of Tikel Archer. We would have served as the delegation, we believe it was, no, I have to be careful. Oh,
Please, with the delegation of Vivica Lawrence, please come to the stage.
I'm nervous. Good morning, everybody. We are the delegation of Vivica Lawrence. We have been participating in Model UN for quite some time. We were a delegate in 2021, and we were the delegation of Saudi Arabia. Following that, we were a general committee member as the rapporteur. And last year, we were a trainer for the first time for Asia Pacific. We would like to just share one little thing. So a lot of you will be a bit confused. Either you were asked to do this by your school or you just like volunteered. And this is such an incredible opportunity to be socially aware of what is going on in the world. Regardless of what you think, this experience is going to open your eyes to so much about what is going on in the world, and it's going to make you so politically aware of what's happening. And even when you step out of here, it's going to have you advocating for people. It's going to have you listening to people. It's going to have you being open to so much more experiences. So I really think that you guys should, we think that you guys should take this as a very valuable experience.
Delegates, you are out of order. Please
I'm
have
done.
your
Thank
seat.
you.
Delegates, you are out of order.
Are you calling to go?
Delegation of Sanjeev Chennai, please come.
Hello? Oh, with the delegation of Sanjeev Chennai, please come to the stage.
Good morning to the General Assembly. We are the delegation of Sanjeev Chennai. And, Welcome to MUN 2025. We are very passionate about the work of civil rights, echoing what the delegation of Camila said, working with SDGs and passing on our knowledge to you guys here at MUN 2025. In 2023, we served as a delegation of La República de Colombia. Sí, sí, gracias, chicos. Y last year, we returned as the General Committee member for the Vice President of the Americas. And this year, we are happy to serve as the junior trainer for the Americas or GRULAC block. Yay. We are also an interactor. Thank you.
Would the delegation of Haley Jardine please come up to the stage?
Good morning to the General Assembly. It's been a year since we have done this, so we hope not to get this wrong. So, our first year would have been in 2023, and we would have served as the delegation of Egypt. Last year, we served as the Vice President of the African Bloc, as well as the acting President of the General Assembly. This year, we are back for the first time as a junior trainer, back again for the African Bloc. We love Model UN. We are very excited. And we hope that you get to experience the joy of being part of the Model UN, as well as get to understand what it is like to be a delegate. And hopefully you can see the immense work that is being done from the UN. We wish you best of luck and thank you.
Would the delegation of Jade Sergiu please come to the stage?
Okay. Hi, everyone. We are the delegation of Jade Sergiu. We would have been Turkey. I was a delegate in 2020.
Delegates, you are out of order. Please have your seat. Would the delegation of Jaden Roberts please make their way to the podium?
Greetings and salutations, members of the General Assembly. We are Jaden Roberts. In 2021, we served as a delegation of Brazil. We returned in 2023 as the VP of the Americas Bloc and are present here today as the junior trainer of the Asia Pacific alongside the delegation of Kafia Shah. Coming from a background of media and film and studying psychology, third year at UE, we encourage everyone to utilize their strengths, wherever it may lie. Utilize the experiences the members would have had, and from where you, as the assembly, see how change can be brought about. You think outside the box and cooperate. Please cooperate. Remember the aim of the assembly, the theme this year, peace, human rights, and ensure that we strive to that goal. Remember your goal in your actions, your words, and your clauses, as well as position paper. We would now like to delegate the remaining of our time. We can't remember the correct phrase. I'll need a refresher, but yield, yes. The delegate of Jaden Roberts would like to yield our time to, who's the next delegate? To the delegate of the delegation of Turkey.
We shall take a seat. We have already given our name. No need for that. We would have originally been in MUN 2020, just before the pandemic, and for obvious reasons, there was no MUN. From that point on, we would have returned in the year 2022 as the delegation of the United Kingdom. Following that, we would have been the vice president of the European bloc. And then we would have also served as the trainer for the Americas bloc. And this year, the trainer for the Africa and Middle Eastern bloc. We is tired. That's a bit about ourselves. We would have decided to go the route of gaining some work experience. And we have spent most of our time in finance, in clerical assistant in audit and works and transport. Following that, been serving a multitude of positions in Republic Bank as we speak. We are looking forward to working with each and every one of you, but please keep in mind, there's only one of we and many of yous. So please be patient as we take our time to learn your names. And we would like to pass the mic on to the delegation of Jade Surgery.
Good morning again, everyone. We are the delegation of Jade Surgery. In 2023, we would have been Turkey. And in 2024, we would have been the vice president for the European bloc. We are very excited to see what you guys are capable of, to see what your strengths are, and we are really excited to work with you guys.
Members of the General Assembly, it is at this point that we would like to introduce you all to our head. Could all the members of the head table please make their way to the stage, please?
Good morning, General Assembly. We are the delegation of Celine A.J. Allen, preferred AJ. We are the president for the 2025 head table, and we are very excited and grateful to be here.
Just FYI, everyone, if Madam President says aye, we cannot say anything. If Madam President says to jump, we cannot sit down. If Madam President says their name is Jade, we would say, no problem, Madam President Jade. Yes.
We would have been the delegation of India last year, and we would like to let you know to not be afraid to come to the General Committee. We are all have a lot of kindness in our hearts and a lot of consideration for how intimidating this experience may be, especially in this grand hall. So feel free to come to us with any questions, concerns. We are here to serve you while we are in this role. Yes, thank you.
A pleasant good morning to all protocols observed. We are the delegation of Akash Ragu. We are the Secretary General for this year's Model United Nations General Committee, and we would have been the delegation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in last year's Model United Nations. We would just like to advise to each and everyone to please step out of your comfort zone, live in the moment, and experience and engage with all those around you. This is a time to network and collaborate with your fellow delegates and delegations, and have fun. Thank you.
Good morning, General Assembly. We are the delegation of JL Superville. We are serving as the rapporteur of this year's Model United Nations, and last year we would have served as a delegate of Lebanon. We are both overjoyed and honored to be returning to this year's Model United Nations, and our best advice is to enjoy every single moment of this experience because it comes to an end, and then when it ends, we can look back and be grateful for the time that we spent here. Again, step out of your comfort zone and do not be afraid to ask questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We are the delegation of Nadege Blake. We had the privilege of serving as the country France last year, and this year we are Vice President 2 for the European bloc. My advice to y'all is embrace this experience and speak with confidence, and especially when the fellow delegates and representatives of other countries come, really listen to what they say, because for me, I always knew I had a
Good morning, everyone. We are the delegation of Brian Balkisoon. We served as the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda last year. And this year, we are coming back as VP1 of Europe. We are currently pursuing law in UE as our first year, and we are extremely passionate about global and youth affairs. And we really hope that we could pass that passion on to you all over the next few weeks. Thank you.
Do I give you that?
No.
Good morning to all. We are the delegation of Jibril Gafour. We attend Queen's Royal College, and we are the Vice President 1 of the African and Middle East bloc. Just to reinforce what the previous delegation said, we would just like to say to enjoy your experience here. Even though it may seem long, it will fly by really quickly and you will miss it. So just get out. We encourage you to get out of your comfort zone and just enjoy the experience. I will now pass you. We will now pass you to the delegation of Hannah Francis.
Good day, everyone. We are the delegation of Hannah Francis. Last year, we represented Afghanistan. This year, we come back as VP number 2 in the Africa bloc. We are currently in UE, furthering our science program through N1. We have a love for science, so anyone who is interested and need help, we will be truly glad to help you. One thing we have learned since last year is that to build bonds, we have to learn so much with respect to debating, but most importantly, enjoy who is next to you. All right, you may need help in something and maybe afraid to talk to us, but also you have whoever is sitting next to you. Enjoy that bond. Okay, we will now be passing on to Jess.
Good morning, everyone. We are the delegation of Jessica Lal, preferring to go by Jess. Last year, we would have served as the delegate of Barbados in the Americas bloc. This year, we are serving as VP1 of Asia Pacific. Currently, we are pursuing Year 1 undergraduate in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the Faculty of Engineering in UE. We are so happy and grateful to be here to meet all of you and to work with everybody again. And I yield my time to my partner. We yield our time to our partner.
Good morning, General Assembly. We are the delegation of Javon Brown. We are currently a student, an upper sixth student at Queen's World College. At last year's Model United Nations Conference, we represented the delegation of Canada. And at this year's Model United Nations Conference, we will serve as the VP2 of the Asia Pacific bloc. One advice that we would like to leave you with is to have fun. This experience is one that may be challenging, but in spite of that, have fun. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. We are the delegation of Zachariah James Alexander, but we prefer you call me Zach. Last year, we would have represented Trinidad and Tobago, and this year, we are returning as Vice President 1 of GRULAC, which consists of both the Americas, North and South America, and the Caribbean, and we are excited to be here. You know, it is definitely a privilege. We would have spoken to some of you here. You have been selected to do this, and it is important that you use the privilege that you were given to even be here. Participate, and get to know your delegates. These, as they said, these are going to be your future prime ministers, presidents. Networking here is the key thing. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We are the delegation of Sapna Joseph, and we are the VP2 for the Americas bloc. We would just like to really impress upon you to take in the advice that was given to you so far by VPs and other members of the General Committee, and also to add and say that we would like to tell you that yes, we're having a debate in the General Assembly, but it is not really a debate in the sense that some of you might think. So probably some people might probably come in thinking, you know, we're here to fight and win. There is no winner. And so we'd really like to encourage you to take it in that you're preparing for a debate in the sense of a discourse, and it's not for your particular delegation to win, but to really achieve something as a General Assembly to further our sustainable development goals.
Yeah. We, the delegation, Nadej Blake, what we're basically saying is embrace all the experiences. When the diplomats speak to you, really listen to what they're saying. Because of them, we decided to pursue a degree in international relations, because listening to all the different policies and interactions between countries could really impact your life and further improve your region and country. That is all.
Thank you, General Assembly.
Okay, so we will be heading out for our icebreaker. When we are heading out, please go in an orderly fashion. You will be following the trainers through the exits, and we will guide you as to where we are going on the greens, which is not too far from here, so don't be straying and going anywhere, all right?
Yes, so everyone, please note that you can't leave your bags. You don't need to bring your hoodies or anything. And you can bring your phone, of course, don't leave that here, but you can leave everything else. And so everyone, as you're getting up, we would decorum delegates. That is something that you're going to hear a lot more often. Get up and stretch, but come down in a orderly manner, please. So let's see how best we can do this. We're using the two doors to your left and to your right. Don't go through the middle one in the back there. Everyone come to the side. If you know you're in the middle, you have to wait. So come down in a single file line. either in the middle aisle or to your ends over here, and you guys can follow your trainers, right? The activity might involve some kind of physical activity, so please don't, I've seen people still bring in items. It's not necessary. Okay, make your way down, let me go.
All right. So a lot of persons, unfortunately, did not either they didn't follow the instruction or did not hear the instruction. And as we were outside, that's one of the importances of actually projecting your voice. Now, I know I was the person who made the announcement, so I probably didn't project my voice. But in the event that that is happening, we will teach you how to respectfully and diplomatically ask someone to project or to make sure what they're saying is being said clear. All right? We're still waiting for regional delegates to come on in. So we can continue. Anyone else that ticked off? Raise your hands. This is not a place to be ashamed. Yes, in the white.
So the funny thing about it is I don't remember like which question or the person's name, but I can identify them. It was the girl in the cutest brown shirt and white headband I've ever seen in my life. Oh, she is my best friend now, actually.
What question? What was the question?
Can't remember.
White headband, do you remember what question you answered?
No, I don't remember.
Listen, okay, all right, all right. Renee? Who's Renee? Hey, Renee. Do you remember who this person is?
No, I don't remember the question you asked me. Yes. Yes, I got a bunch. I remember a lot of names, not really the questions I asked. I remember Kennedy, a Christian savior.
Roll call, guys.
I remember Savior. I think he said he was homeschooled before. And I met another girl. I think her name starts with an O. I think it's Onika. I'm not sure. Yes, 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 yes. So yeah, that's what I remember.
Okay. All right. So another important fact, you guys, remember who you speak to and remember when you get your countries next week, who your allies are. All right. So that is very, very important. If it says you're representing, oh God, I'm gonna choose a less problematic country. Trinidad and Tobago. Well, as of right now, problematic. But if it is your USA, are you going to go to China and ask them to support something? Well, we will learn that as we go further into MUN. But yes, you remember you have to learn who supports you in real life, not just in MUN, but who is actually going to support what you write, what you are supporting, what you are writing to say, okay, you should give 50% of your GDP to somebody, you should give armed resources to this person. Those are the kind of things that you want to remember when you're researching your countries, okay? So don't be asking all willy-nilly for $10 billion and, mine. Yes. All right. So we're still waiting for the regionals. Uh-huh. I'm not wearing my glasses. Orange?
It's like a burnt orange. My name my name is Ayana. One of the questions I ticked off, I think it was if you like to drink tea or something, and I think it was David in the blue shirt. And then I remember two other names, but I can't remember the question I asked. it was Ethan and Juliana. I think Juliana was in white. Juliana over there. But yeah, that's what I remember.
Okay, nice. Now remember from next year, not next year, sorry, next week, you won't be calling people by their first names, it will be by their countries. And you would have noticed that when we were introducing ourselves this morning, apart from me, we said, we are the delegation of X, Y, and Z. So that's something you want to get into your head from now, from next week, actually from after lunch, yes? We are, sorry, we are the delegation of RISA. So when you are standing to answer a question in the next 25 seconds, you're going to start with, we are the delegation of, right? And a gentle reminder, if you're answering a question, please stand, because on the day itself and for the coming days of training, you will have to stand and speak into the microphone when you're answering a question or asking a question. Yeah? Who got bingo? Only? The first person I remember saying they got bingo was a girl in a black shirt with curly hair. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So you have names on your card? Oh, God. Uh-huh. What you do all that for? Very intuitive. That's all right. The microphone is behind you, so if you remember anybody's name at all from any of your questions, you can answer now. And don't forget to stand.
Okay, so I asked the question if you could
Delegates,
speak.
you are out of order for use of personal pronouns. Please be seated. I'm sorry. Right? There. Where's the microphone for in front of you? Yeah. So you can hold it. Into this one. You don't hear me on this microphone at all?
No, we're not hearing you.
Add a shout? I'd like to shout all you. All right. So you can hold this one to Camila. Delegate in the black shirt with curly hair, please stand and continue your statements.
Thank you so much.
Delegates.
Delegate, you're out of order for use of personal pronouns. Please be seated.
And that is what's going to happen every day that we have training and on the final debate itself. So if your lawyers get frightened easy, put in your mind that you are now we and not I. Okay? Uh-huh. We have some returning delegates from last year and year before. So I want to call on them. Hopefully they answer properly. And the delegation of Cain, please. Give a name and give a question.
Hi, good day. We are the delegation of Kyan Timothy. Today, we asked, one second. I remember the question.
Delegates, you're out of order for use of personal pronouns. You have embarrassed me. For the delegation of Joshua, who was in MUN already, please stand.
We, the delegation of Joshua, was the delegation of Egypt in 2023.
Decorum.
That was our partner.
Assembly, please. Delegate, please proceed.
Yes. Give a name and give a question that you asked on your bingo card.
We, the delegation of Egypt 2023, asked Nisha Rupnaran if he can change a tire.
Did he actually can? All right, big up you. I cannot. All right.
We can, but.
Thank you. Joshua, quick question. Do you recognize anybody else in here who was in MUN before?
Other than Haley, not really. But where is
Delegate.
Nick? Nick dropped out for the program.
Listen, we're all adults with jobs now.
No.
It's more difficult for them to commit to doing this. So, bills had to pay.
No, I remember all of you. It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you, delegate, for the mama guy.
For the life of me, I cannot recall the other name of the delegate, but you're so sweet. I love you so much. And the white. Yeah. So you are next on my list to stand again. Egypt? I thought you were in Americas. You lie. So we have
We would know if
two
she wasn't the
Egypts.
Americans.
Okay. My bad. Yes.
Good morning. We are the delegation of McKenna Ferreira.
McKenna.
We asked Nasira Lookman if she has ever had stitches, and she answered yes.
Nadira, what's her name?
No, Nasira.
Oh, Nasira. Nasira, where you get such up from? Where are you? I can't see.
She's right here.
Oh, she's right there. Nasira, are you okay now, though? All right, okay. Thanks. All right, so we have some regional delegates online. Thank you so much, past delegates. I appreciate you all so much. We have the regional delegates that are back online right now. And to get to know them better and to also get them accustomed to the language of the MUN, I'm going to ask Neelish Sadwani to give us a fun fact about yourself, and hopefully someone in our audience here shares the same fun fact. And just a reminder, Neelish, when you answer a question, you say we, the delegation of, and then you continue to speak. So when you can go ahead and unmute your mic to respond to the question. Neelish?
Excuse me. I actually went to the bathroom. I just came back. What was the question, please?
All right, Neelish, so we're just asking for a fun fact about yourself as we're learning more about these students that we have for this year's MUN. And hopefully someone else also has a similar fun fact. So you can start with saying we, the delegation of.
We, the delegation of Monza. A fun fact about me is that I'm a big lover of cricket, and I love to play basketball. I'm a sports fanatic, and I just love public speaking in general. So this opportunity will also help me in my speaking skills, and yeah, that's just a fun fact about me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone here that plays cricket as well or loves cricket? By a show of hands. Basketball. All right, public speaking. If you're in MUN, you have to love public speaking. Huh? Sorry, you will learn today, right? All right, so Nish, you have some very good big group of people who actually have the similar interests to you. And now we like to go on to Zavi Buckmeyer from Grenada. You can go ahead and introduce yourself and also give us a fun fact.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
This is the first meeting, so I'm not very sure what I have to do.
That's okay. So is your camera working? I don't know if I'm not seeing.
No.
No, it's not. All right. So you can just introduce yourself, your country that you're from, and give us a fun fact. You could also mention your age.
Well, my name is Zavi Buckmeyer. I like football. I play a lot of football. I play for the national team. Um, yeah, I'm 17 years of age. I attend the TMI for community college.
All right. So the national team for Grenada.
Yeah.
All right, nice. Big up you, Zavi. Is there anyone here who plays on a national team in Trinidad and Tobago? No, well, I do better, man. Oh, one person. All right, two, three. All right, pass the mics to those three persons. Let's hear some fun facts. Well, you thought you're going to escape today, but you're not going to escape. Sorry. And the mic for the gentleman in the back.
Hi, good morning. All protocols observed. We, the delegation of Elise Laborde, represented the country for the past 4 years on the junior and senior team for golf. So, yeah, that's a fun fact about me.
Who? There was another person who raised their hand somewhere next to you. In the white? In the white? Oh, she just pointed. Oh, okay. You see, your friend called you out. Right, there's a guy to the back who also needs the microphone, please. Oh, he has one? Okay. Yes.
We, the delegation of Jeremiah Nicholas, plays volleyball for the junior volleyball team challengers.
Of volleyball?
Am I supposed to say anything else?
Delegate, you're out of order. Please, of personal pronouns. Well, how long you been playing? Sorry.
For about, well, we have been playing for about a year and a half now.
A year and a half. How'd you get started in that?
We.
Delegate, you're out of order for use of personal pronouns. Please be seated. Is there anybody else? Please for the school team, probably. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, I need a microphone. Camila. Microphone for girl in the brown, please. In the front, yeah. So give your name and what sport and all that.
Good. We are the delegation of Jada Ramsa High. We are actually the captain of the girls cricket team at Chigoda National Secondary School.
All right, captain. Persons who play with their schools, keep your hands up so we can know where to carry the microphones, please. Come on, I wear my glasses. Who has a microphone right now? Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Hi. So we the delegation of Jada Hercules plays for track and netball for Cohen Hamilton Secondary School.
Nice. Yeah. Microphone on this side. Yeah. Camila? Yeah. I'll go in.
Hi, everyone. We, the delegate of Kelsey Marie Peters, we play for Krabichima East badminton team. We won under 21 female badminton national champion. And yeah, that's really it. Yeah.
Yes.
Good day, all protocols observed. We, the delegation of Kendi Valley, run track and field 100 and 200 for Fatima College. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning. We the delegates of Anthony Franson. We
Delegate, you're out of order for the use of personal pronouns. Please be seated. Someone else had their hand up anyway? Yeah, microphone, please. Lower down. On this side.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
We, the delegate of Sachin Haridas, represent Shiva Boys Hindu College in the 15 to 17 age group.
in competitive swimming.
Good day to everyone. We the delegate Xavier Frank plays volleyball at Barrackport West Secondary School. I am the captain.
Delegate, you're out of order. These are personal pronouns. Could go back to, is it Anthony? Somebody was, yeah.
We the delegate of Anthony Frontin. We currently stand as the captain of Presentation College San Fernando Dragon Boat team. We would have performed extremely well at national competitions. Even, I think, we in 2024 we were the Interschool Regatta champions, I think second place last year. And we
Delegate, you're out of order. These are personal pronouns. It's all right. It's all right. It's a learning curve. It's okay.
Well done, well done.
Was there someone closer to the front as well? Somebody next to him? Oh, okay.
Morning, all protocols observed. We, the delegate of Nishad Rupnarayan, represented Presentation College in track and field 4x400 meters and presentation under 16 football. So yeah.
Good morning, General Assembly. We represent the Delegation Assembly of Kiuna Phillip. We've played volleyball at Woodbrook Secondary from Form 1 to 5. We currently play for the volleyball team at HNC Holy Name Convent, Port of Spain. We yeah. We recently joined badminton as of last week.
Right, so you have supporters. Anyone else had their hand up?
Good morning, all. We, the delegate of Josiah Charon, has represented the San Fernando Central volleyball team in the year 2023. We did qualify to go through to nationals, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we were not able to participate. But yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, again. We the delegation Xavier Frank plays volleyball at Barrackport West Secondary School. We are the captain of the volleyball team. We also came second in nationals in the open group, second in under 17 group, and we are first in the under 15 group.
Ooh, nice. All right, so all the people who are captains, you all could shout, right? In that kind of role, you have to know how to control a crowd, how to control your team. So when it comes to working with your partners for your country pairs and working with your blocks, I better see some of the captains making that initiative and actually leading the debates. All right. I might not remember everybody's name, but I remember the face. All right. So we have just a couple minutes until lunch, but we want to continue with the regional delegates as well who are online, but not much. Any of the regional delegates have actually participated in debate clubs before? You can raise your hand and answer given your experience. Is that a no? You can use the raise hand feature on Zoom if you want to respond. I guess not. All right, so persons in the room, has anyone participated in debate clubs before in their schools? Oh, okay. So the group in green, the girl at the end, can you please stand and tell us what school and what's, if there's any competitions you participated in, what made you join, what types of debates you would have had as well? And the microphone coming to you, yeah.
Good day. We the delegation, Kyla James, we joined debate club of last year. When I joined,
Delegates, you're out of order for the use of personal pronouns. Oh gosh. If you want, you can sit and then raise your hand again. That's how it usually goes as well. All right. Delegation of Kyla. Yes. Take your time.
we the delegation of Kyla joined the debate club of last year at Trinity College, Mocha, Marval. We joined because on our first day of school, both a classmate and myself got in a debate, and my
delegate.
Oh, wait,
You're
and
out.
we teacher of entrepreneurship.
It's okay. It's okay. Distress. You're feeling distress. It's okay. Take your time.
Our teacher
Mm-hmm.
saw that potential and told us, right, told us to join debates. And we have been winning our debates against a lot of males in the school.
Love that.
Right. Right. So this is we first. Our. Thank you all for being so supportive of we. We. Yeah. Thank you.
We appreciate that a lot. Debate person. I hope you and Kyla get to debate, you know.
Good morning, all protocols observed. We, the delegation of Christopher Severn, is the current debate president of Presentation College, San Fernando. And we participated in the Oropouche debate last year, and we placed second. So yeah.
All right, microphone to the blue, please. Blue in the back of you, yeah.
We, the delegate of David Scotland, is a representative of Fatima College Debate Club. We participated in this year's Make Your Point, and we placed second, losing out to QRC College.
All right, keeping on this side, we have in the, is that a blue or black sweater? I can't. Navy blue? Yeah, navy blue sweater. No. Further up. Yeah.
Good morning, delegates. We are the delegates of Christian Joel, and we have
Delegate,
been.
you're out of order for the use of personal pronouns. Please be seated. Because the guy next to him. Yeah.
Pleasant good morning, everyone. We are the delegation of Kavir Mahmood, representative of Presentation College, Shogunas, the superior press. I lie. We know we respect our elders, Presentation College, San Fernando. They get all old and slow, but we respect our elders. All right, so, all right, so we would have represented the debate club of Presentation College Shogunas on 2 occasions, pioneering several debates, including but not limited to the Diabetes Association. Can't remember the exact name of the debate. I never said I
We wasn't referring to ourselves when we said I. We never said I.
Delegates, you're out of order for the use of personal pronouns. All right, so it's 12 o'clock. Are actually excited to talk?
Yeah.
I hope you keep the same energy when we come to doing the mock debates, right? Oh, yeah. So go back to navy blue sweater, and I'll take one more, because they've been waving their hand for the longest while, right? Yes.
Good morning, delegates.
Good morning.
We are the delegates of Christian Joel, and we have a debate society in our school, Presentation College Honors. We were the secretary of the debate society when we were 14 years old. When we were 15 years old, we were the vice president, and now we are currently 16 years old, and I don't know, I just turned 16.
You know, say, I don't know. Yeah, I know you had a sit on. Right? We'll take our last group. Yes.
All present.
The delegate.
Hey. Hold on.
Order.
My bad.
Point of order. Point of order. We selected this group first. Our apologies for the mishap.
All protocols observed. We represent St. Mary's College. We are currently the debate club president of St. Mary's College for 4 years now, and we have won a series of debates. We have participated in Make Your Point on CNC3 against a lot of schools. We have participated in the Land Assessment Agency. We placed first, we placed second, and we currently are organizing debates against other schools. So any other inferior schools who think they are ready to debate against St. Mary's College, feel free to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A little birdie told me that a team that beats another school wants to speak on this side.
We are the delegation of Caitlin Mohammed, and we would like to announce that we beat Christopher in the Arpuch East competition in 2024. And we also participated in Make Your Point against St. Mary's College as well. And we won in 2023 and 2024 Arpuch East competition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. And now to everybody's favorite announcements of the day. Laura.
Good afternoon. We, the delegation of Lara Quentrell Thomas from the Rotary Club of Central Port of Spain, would like to call this morning's proceedings to a close and invite you to proceed to lunch. A couple of announcements before we do. I have to apologize, first of all, that this morning I indicated that the session would end at 4 p.m. It is actually 3 p.m. I apologize, that was an error. So if you need to communicate to parents, guardians, transport, please do so during the lunch break to make sure that by 3 p.m. they're here to pick you up. And that will be the same every day of training. So 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Lunch is being served in the Undercroft, which is just directly across the passageway outside. There are vegetarian meals available for those of you that did indicate on your application forms that you are a vegetarian. If you did not indicate you are a vegetarian, please do not have a vegetarian meal. Okay? So I'm going to invite, starting at the back of the room, the first 3 rows on this side to please exit the hall quickly, and you'll go out of either door. There should be a Rotarian. Yeah, there's 2, but I'll direct them. Okay. Do you want to just make sure that Amory, you just show them where to go? So just the top. Come on, folks, let's hustle. Why are you staying? You're not hungry? And there'll be a Rotarian to direct you. There's 2 buffet lines when you get across. And also, just to say, do not bring any food back into this hall. Whatever you don't eat, you discard, okay? There is no food allowed in this hall. Well, I would not leave my bag, to be honest. Yeah. Remember, we've had people have things go missing, so. And you don't want to mix them up when they come back normally and sit somewhere different?
You ask all of the interactors to meet us like here at 12:30 so we can take a photo.
12:30, well, then they should go for lunch first then. I might still be eating.
We're gonna try that this half an hour.
Okay, you don't want to do it now?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Can we have all the interactors? If there are any interactors in the hall, can we have you up on stage, please? Want to just do a couple photographs? All interactors. I hope you're wearing your pins. Not yet. Just give me a sec. Just the interactors on the stage, please. You can leave your belongings in the hall if you wish. It's up to you. Do me a favor. Can I call the next group or they're still there? All right, let's get the next 3 rows from on this side, please. To go for lunch. Interactors on the stage. Next 3 rows to go and have your lunch. Sanjeev is organizing you. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay. And for our regional delegates, we're going to take a break now until 1 o'clock. So you guys can log off and then resume at 1 p.m. Thank you all so much. Hi. You all right? Good. All right. What's that? Oh, wonderful. That's amazing. Very good. Very good. All right. Interactors on this stage, what's happening? Okay. Just watch this. Okay. Oh, I need to get to the mic. So go on that side. I saw that. Okay, I'm going to take the 3 rows from the top here on my right. 1, 2, 3 coming down. No, not you gentlemen in the floral shirt. 3 down. Let's go for lunch. You guys need to be in this, not me. More in the back. Can you see everyone? You want to come in front here? Watch that out.
So I'm gonna pull you up in bus up my time. Lie down. I make sure. Order what the coordinators in front. Shall I go up? Tap on right. They put you in front. Interact. Interact. March out, Sheldon. Yes. Come on, mom, we could see her doing something. It was one. It was one.
It was on. It was on the whole time.
I didn't know.
He was talking shit when I might be like,
No, no.
Yeah, make sure you. Right, good, okay. Okay, anybody else who has not gone for lunch, please go for lunch.
Alright, waiting room. And I admitted you with rice sauce. Yeah, back in. It will take a little bit. Alright, great. Nice, great. Yeah.
okay.
Cool, thank you kindly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The delegation. 5 weeks later. If you're a woman.
How are you all making out? Okay. Yeah, 5 more minutes. Yeah. It's a first day thing. Don't get too accustomed. 5 more minutes, okay? Delegates, you have 1 more minute. All right, General Committee members, please return to your seats. We will begin shortly. And a gentle reminder, we'll be passing around the microphones for you to speak into. So don't just stand up and start to speak, okay? Wait for the microphone to reach you. And then that's how the regional delegates will be able to hear you as well, okay? Yeah, and hold the microphone properly. If it's down here, we're not gonna hear you. Just hold at least like how this is closer to your mouth and make sure even though it's a microphone, projects into the microphone, okay? All right, the quorum delegates, please settle. So we're going to start with this side, my lovely group from Trinity Mocha. You ready with your stance? Yeah, the should, yeah. So remember, you have to support, well, stand for women over the age of 16 should have the rights to abortion. So please, so please stand. Remember to greet the General Assembly and let us hear your points.
Mic check.
Good, you're good.
Good evening, General Assembly. We, the delegation of Javon Jofield, would like to ask you all, can you imagine a world where a young girl does not have full rights over the choice of her body? Or can we ask you the question, is the 16-year-olds plus not having abortions because of sexual harassment, sexual intercourse, rape, other types of sexual stuff, not having the ability to change their body, well, not change their body, but to not, actually, let me rephrase.
Delegate,
These
you're
people-
out of order for use of personal pronouns.
Problem.
Please be
Thank you.
seated. Thank you.
Oh, man.
You can raise your hand again to continue. Yeah.
Apologies, everyone. We were reading from someone else's script.
The quorum delegates.
Apologies, madam. Continuing. Teenage girls from the range of 16 to 19 or 16 and above have had several instances where they were either raped, sexually assaulted, or may have been exploring their bodies because they are young and they wanted to know more about their bodies. So, with this in mind, why is it that these girls cannot decide for themselves to have an abortion, but adults who have made multiple mistakes, whether it be the use of protection not working and etc., can have abortion? Why is it that now that the girls who are still new to the sexual activities and such not allowed to have abortion? Teenage pregnancy is not something that should be forced onto girls. And my last start.
Delegate, you're out of order for the use of personal
Oh, yeah.
pronouns. Please be seated. Thank you. Oh, just a quick note. You have a speaking time of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Let me just put my timer. All right. We're gonna go rows back. Yeah. Somebody's phone going, oh? That's crazy. All right. So yes, the blue. Yeah. The timer will start when you begin to speak.
Children are our future. Imagine your daughter, niece, fellow student being forced to raise a child as a result of rape and unable to experience her old life because of her circumstance. Good afternoon, General Assembly. We are the delegation of Zaya MacDonald, Preferred C, and we stand with the view that abortion should be made available for young women aged 16 plus. The cases of rape are very common in the United States. According to the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, The US has an annual rape and sexual assault rate of 463,633 per year. The age bracket for these victims, as low as 12 years old. Thus, we, the delegation, strongly believe that allowing our young women, or rather our young girls, who are facing this harrowing situation to have access to abortions. Our children should not be raising children, especially as a result of traumatic crimes against them, and it is our job to protect them. Thank you.
That was so good. All right, just a note, in the actual mock debates and final debates, after an individual speaks, you cannot clap. However, you can clap after your vice president reads the block position paper. So as much as you want to clap for speeches that are well done, clap, in here, or send an emoji or something to them when they finish. All right. We're going to let one of the regional delegates present. So those online, you can use the raise hand feature to see, so I can see who is actually going to be reading one, and I'll call upon you. Regional delegates, you can use the raise hand feature to speak on the position paper. One moment, guys. We're just waiting for the regional delegates to indicate who'll be reading on their end. Okay. Maya, do you have anything on your position paper that you'd like to present? Maya Cumberbatch, St. Vincent and Grenadines.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, General Assembly. We, the delegates from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, recognize the severity of unsafe abortions and wish to make it known that we stand with the right of women over the age of 16 to have safe, legal, and accessible abortions. Every 2 minutes, somewhere in the world, a woman dies from complications of an unsafe abortion. This is not just a statistic. It is a preventable tragedy. Restrictive laws do not end abortions, they only make them more dangerous. Providing access empowers young women to safeguard their health, pursue education, and build stronger futures. Early pregnancies often bring heavy physical, emotional, and financial burdens. By ensuring safe and legal abortion, states uphold human rights and promote gender equality. Our delegation stresses that women must not be criminalized for making decisions about their bodies. Legal protection and medical care will reduce maternal deaths and create healthier societies. Therefore, St. Vincent and the Grenadines calls upon this assembly to support policies that guarantee abortion rights for women above 16, promote healthcare access, and promote dignity and safety for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. We'll go on to Nilesh.
Greetings, greetings. Could you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Greetings, General Assembly. Today, the delegation of Montreal Interact Club will be supporting the right of women under the age of over the age of 16 to have the right to an abortion, as women over 16 deserve autonomy over their bodies and futures. Granting the right to abortion empowers them to make informed choices about their health, education, and life goals. Denying this right risks to force young women into parenthood before they're ready, with lasting emotional and financial consequences. Reproductive freedom is essential for equality, dignity, and the ability to shape their own one destiny. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take one more person from this section of the room. Oh gosh, that people. Well, hold on. I want to give other persons chances to speak. So I've heard already from the back there for the day, but you in the blue, I'll hear you. Yeah.
Good afternoon to the General Assembly. We, the delegates of Josiah Charon, are of the view that abortion should be legally available to individuals from the age of 16. Based on research conducted by the NHS, the average age at which people make their sexual debuts is around 16 to 17 years of age, leaving around only 33 to 50% of individuals abstaining from sexual intercourse until they are 18, much less 21. If the statistics reflect that the sexually active population is beginning at 16 or 17, that means members of the female population at said age are at risk of becoming pregnant. In what way is it humane to deny them their human rights according to the UN themselves? The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights does observe abortion a right to health. We believe that it is not. Therefore, we see 16 plus years of age as a viable range for legal abortions. Thank you.
All right, well done. Okay. All right, so we're going to the section with 21 and over. By a show of hands, raise your hand so that I could send a microphone to you. Yeah. The girl in the white right behind you. Yeah.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. We, the delegation of BATC's sixth form, recognize the gravity of this debate and firmly declare that abortion should be legal only for adults aged 21 and over. While we are not against 16-year-olds having abortions, such decisions at that age must be made with parental or guardian guidance, not by children themselves. Delegates, handing a life-altering decision to someone under 21 is like giving fire to a toddler. Permanent psychological and physical scars can result. While we affirm bodily autonomy when children make irreversible decisions about children, deeper questions arise. Some states like Australia allow adolescents who cannot legally drink, vote, or drive to terminate pregnancies independently. How is this responsible? Research supports our position. MIT's Young Adult Development Project confirms that the prefrontal cortex responsible for judgment and decision-making is not fully developed until mid-20. Adults aged 21 are far better equipped to make such profound choices. Globally, teenage pregnancies remain a minority, affecting only 39 in 1,000 girls, whereas most pregnancies, especially unwanted ones, occur among women over 21. Reserving abortion rights for adults ensures that those who
Delegates, your time has elapsed. Please be seated. All right. Somebody else had their hand up on this corner just now. Oh, okay. I guess not. So yeah, guy in the gray. Yeah. There's a microphone coming up. I don't know people's names yet. Sorry.
Madam Chair, we, the delegation of Sheldon Ramdan, firmly support that abortion should be for women 21 years and over. I would like to remind my honorable colleagues.
Delegates, you're out of order for the use of
Sorry.
personal pronouns. Please be seated. Yes, go ahead.
We would like to remind the honorable colleagues on the other side that we are talking about women, not individuals. Abortion is not just a medical procedure, it's a life-altering decision with permanent consequences. The World Health Organization reports that every year 25 million unsafe abortions occur, many among younger girls who lack the maturity, resources, and support to decide fairly. At 16, most are still vulnerable to peer pressure, family influence, and limited knowledge about their future. But at 21, women stand with greater emotional maturity, clear independence. In conclusion, abortion access to women 21 years and over ensures decisions are safe, independent, and informed. As Barack Obama once said, the choice is not just about a woman's body, it's about her future. Protecting the choices means protecting woman's life. I thank you. We thank you, sorry.
Decorum, delegates. Remember, you cannot applaud, but yes, that was well done. All right. Go straight to the back in the gray, please. Thank you. Go real gray, of course. Sorry. Mhm.
General Assembly, we, the delegation of Fatima College, affirm that abortion rights should, on all moral grounds, be for women 21 and over. And I quote, I was too young.
Delegates, you're out of order for use of personal pronouns.
And we
Please be
quote,
seated. Well, I heard the I. Yes, continue.
and we quote, I was too young.
No, hold on. The quorum delegates. He is saying a quote. So he can continue.
I was too young. I had a breakdown soon afterwards. I felt I had made the wrong decision. I couldn't do anything about it. That was Bethany, a 17-year-old from England. We are not opposing a woman's right to bodily autonomy, not opposing a woman's right to choice or abortion itself. However, we unanimously and scathingly oppose throwing little girls who are, by the very nature of teenage pregnancy, already vulnerable, into the back and forth debate between when life begins and when to end it. The US National Institute of Health strongly correlates negative psychological outcomes with teenage women who get abortions. In every developed nation, in Europe, in Asia, in the United States, until adulthood, parents have a final say in the well-being of their charges. Note that age itself is an arbitrary number. The opposition here would never say 14-year-olds should be in charge of their own abortions. So why 16? We counter-propose that women ought to leave medical decisions to their parents, as is done with every other medical concern until the age of adulthood, in many countries considered to be 21. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Well, you're still clapping. Right, I need to take about two more from this side. Yes? Microphone coming, don't worry. One, hello, 5 people. Cool.
Good afternoon to the General Assembly. We, the delegation of Juliana Floyd, rise to address an issue that has become increasingly common among young women today: the decision to seek an abortion. According to the World Health Organization, an estimated 21 million adolescent girls between the ages of 15 and 19 become pregnant each year, and nearly half of these pregnancies are unintended. Of these, about 3 million undergo unsafe abortions, putting their health and even their lives at risk. This matter has sparked widespread debate, not only because of its moral implications, but also due to its social, psychological, and health-related consequences. At the heart of this debate lies a critical question. Should women be permitted to have abortions at the age of 16, or should the minimum age be 21? We firmly believe that women should make this decision at the age of 21. By this stage, they are more likely to possess the emotional maturity, financial stability, and informed judgment necessary to make such a serious choice. Research also shows that younger teens are at greater risk of depression and anxiety following abortion, highlighting the need for a higher age threshold. By ensuring that women are better prepared to handle the physical and psychological impact of abortion, we can protect their overall well-being while also promoting responsible, future-oriented choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Fun fact, you had 1 second left. That was good. All right. How many persons read already on this side? Just raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 persons? Only? All right. I want one more because we had 5 for 16. We had persons online read as well. That's why I'm calling out for 5. Your brethren read just now. I want somebody else. Nobody? First row? Oh, no, hold on. Raise sweater. Yeah. Microphone, please.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. We, the delegation of Caitlin Mohammed, firmly believe persons only 21 and over should get abortions. Imagine Ria, an 18-year-old girl, pregnant and aborts the pregnancy. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I regret it. Oh no. This is exactly why persons 21 and over should be allowed to get abortion. At 21, they are more psychologically mature and can make the decision they want. And we should not be encouraging teens to have sexual intercourse and then use abortion as their form of contraception. We should promote sex education in these teens, not give them the safe space to do what they want. Now it's the time to act with responsibility, promote sex education, raise the standard, raise the age, and protect our youths. We thank you.
Thank you. Stop the clapping. All right. So before we go on to your defending yourselves, how do you feel as an individual outside of the question about that topic? You all feel iffy? So everybody supports it? Okay. Is anybody uncomfortable with this? You can raise your hand. It's okay to be uncomfortable. Not everybody gonna agree on the same thing, all right? All right, and that's because of your personal views? You can say yes or no. Yeah? All right, and that is fair. This is what happens sometimes in the model UN. People sometimes even leave because they don't want to discuss the topics that we have planned out. But remember, when it is you choose your country, you are no longer an individual. You are supposed to be representing a whole different nation with their own sovereign rights and own sovereign beliefs. So you gotta shake up yourself and, get into the mindset that you're no longer representing you. Okay? But I will say that was very well done. You can give yourself a round of applause now. And I also want to highlight the fact that the regional delegates also did very well for first exercise. So you can give your round of applause for them online as well. So if it is you want to debate what someone else said, now it's time to raise your placard, which is your hand, and a microphone will come to you. Yeah, your hand up from a long time. You could go right ahead.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, picture this. Your child struggling. Their education is on the brink of ruin and their body barely out of the first stages of puberty. That same child expected to birth and carry another. A life-changing decision isn't an abortion, ladies and gentlemen. A life-changing decision is a child giving a birth to another child. Rhea and Bethany made a decision they didn't want to make. They made a decision they had to make. This is the agenda the opposition pushes. We, the delegation of St. Mary's College, stand for the rights of women. No, we stand for the rights of young ladies, the rights of their own choice. Globally, 16 million adolescent children ages 15 to 19 get pregnant each year, and 52 out of every 1,000 girls in the Caribbean are victims of teenage unwanted pregnancy. If this room were only women, 10 persons in this room would face this horrible reality. Preventing abortions does not stop abortions, but it stops safe, protected abortions. It stops healthcare. According to the World Health Organization, about 39,000 women worldwide die each year as a result of this. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is in our hands. But what future is the opposition pushing if they want to take that future away? What about in cases of rape? Likelihood of a miscarriage, risking both lives, the failure and saddening reality of adoption and children homes. Does a delegation of the left-hand side of the room only care when the child has been birthed? They stand for the 21-year-olds with their frontal lobe already developed, should have that right, but not the 16-year-old now learning and navigating through lives. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody clap back. All right. So when it says you're asked to debate on what was presented, you don't have to present your position paper. However, you can use the points from the position paper to ask your further questions. So see how he would have said all that he had to say? Somebody else on this side could rebuttal what he said. So if it is you want to, fight him down, you can do that. All right. Oh, can we get a microphone?
This side, is that the other left-hand side of the room? Is pro-abortion for women that are 21 because they have a already developed prefrontal cortex. They do not. That starts at 25, actually. But that is exactly what he did. He took what this side said, the names they used, Rhea, Bethany, the ages that they threw around, and the level of maturity that this argument said they had, and he asked, are they really as mature, settled, developed, financially secured? Can they really make a better choice? And should we rob those who are unable to choose for themselves of the opportunity to have control of their own bodies? So that is exactly the dynamic of debate. If I was you, I would ask him, you speak of children having children. How does a child who made the choice or who found themselves in harm's way not have the judgment to not be in that situation? And then this side would say, and you would say, well, what happens when they're assaulted? Did they choose to be assaulted? Did they choose to be grown enough? Or were there shorts that they wore inciting enough that they had to be assaulted and therefore fall pregnant? And what would you say to that? Yeah? No. You can't say that about a 14-year-old. Oh, she deserved to be assaulted. Right? That is the mindset of this type of debates. So now we look for data, analytics. What is happening in the world? What does the WHO say? What does PAHO say? What does UN Women say about these situations? What does the Trinidad and Tobago Constitution say about abortion? Anybody know? Exactly. It's illegal. Under what grounds? murder. Is it really murder? Depends on your debate. That is what you make it to be, right? Madam Head Trainer?
Thank you so much. But yes, so if there's anyone who would like to, in local terms, fight down what Terrell said, you can raise your hand. Wow, only one person hand up from the 20. Who? Oh, by Jersey? Come back. Yeah, hold on. Remember, you're getting your steps in today. Sorry. Yeah, I could give it to this guy.
We the delegate Shirai Taylor. I'm not really fighting down what he's saying, but no, hold on.
Oh, you could go ahead and
That's the pronoun.
wait a sec. You did?
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. Sorry. You're learning.
Yeah. We think that most people on that side are assuming that most teenagers will be truthful about stuff like this. Most teenagers like to keep secrets, so this would be with the assumption that that teenager who became pregnant will be honest with any adult in their life, letting them know that they are in this situation. So why are we not accounting for teenagers that will keep the secret and try to get the procedures done themselves, and that could cause like harmful situations such as internal bleeding and infections if they get it done by unprofessionals who don't have the proper medication and the tools to carry out these procedures.
Thank you. Anybody from this side want to fight that dog? I'm seeing in the black, yeah.
The point that the delegate on the left-hand side made, if we legalize abortion for teenagers 16 and up, then these will be legal, medically accredited abortions. So they won't be unsafe, they won't be medical, they won't be internal bleeding because a doctor, a medical professional will be performing this abortion. However, if abortions are illegal, then there'll be cause for a teenage girl to go find an illegal abortion to be performed, and that will cause more medical impacts than a legal abortion. Furthermore, this topic disproportionately impacts teen girls, and we all know both teen girls and teen boys have to participate for pregnancy to take place, or an adult man, in fact. So when you say no abortions, teen girls are left with this child when the father is who knows where. Likewise, if human rights, if the Declaration of Human Rights says, well, there's autonomy for everyone, teen girls is part of everyone.
So I want to point out something very important that just happened. He mentioned the fact that it will be, risk of infections and this and that. And you very correctly stated that it would not be just anybody, hanky-panky, coming to perform these abortions. This is going to be skilled professionals. So it's another thing when you're going to be defending your points. If it is somebody say something you never said or was not mentioned at all in your initial position paper, make sure and stand up and make that point very clear. Because in the question, I didn't say it's going to be backdoor abortions. Did I? No. Right. So very important things to note. We're going to have a couple more persons from this side to defend in the back of the laptop. You haven't spoken for a day in the green. Kind of. What I mean, say good morning. You could go ahead. Yeah, you could go ahead.
We, the delegate, Joseph Kelly, would like to rebuttal that statement. Even if we provide legal resources and make it legal for them, for young girls to get abortions, what makes the delegate over there think that these persons will then go ahead and use it? Because then these abortions are then put on record, they're put on blast. These teenagers may not want to go out there and put themselves out there like that. They may still do the action and still get pregnant and still want to get an abortion, but they'll still be doing it the dirty or illegal way. So I think it's...
Delegate, you're out of order for the use of personal pronouns. Please be seated. Proceed.
So we, the delegate, Joseph Kelly, would like to say that we should instead practice better sex education in the community, rather than making it legal, make it legal, and that even wouldn't help out the situation because most young girls in this nowadays wouldn't want to put themselves out there to get those resources because in fear of shame from their family members and friends. Thank you.
Let's see who has not spoken as yet. In the front row. Nobody in the front row speak for the day. Front 2 rows. Anything for one, yeah? You all wanna stripes? Yeah, it's you. Sorry. Come now with the yeah.
We, the delegation of Chaya Green, would have to say to the man on the left-hand side that if it is legal, then there won't be so much of a stigma around it and they won't be so afraid to have it. So your point about it being for 1-year-olds is invalid. Thank you.
The quorum delegates.
Désolé.
Microphone, Camilla. You want to the mic, Camilla? Okay. Okay. I really want to get the persons who haven't spoken for the day. Your first 2 rows. All right, so black jersey here. Yeah, pass it down. Hey.
We, the delegation of Kiara Sinclair, would like to mention the Offenses Against a Person Act. This is a law in Trinidad and Tobago which states that abortion is illegal. However, in the circumstance that it is a medical issue, you can have an abortion. Sometimes, medically, we have to prioritize a mother's life. Therefore, if a 16-year-old has to get an abortion to save her life, it will be able to happen. On top of that, some types of cancers present themselves as medical tumors medical tumors. So take this into consideration. So please take this into consideration when stating your points because it is not fully illegal. Thank you.
I'll take you, right? So one more from this side, and then we go into what's your name? Amelia? Nila? Nila? Vila. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So one more from this side and one more from that side. I want to. Oh gosh. Well, after that, we'll work it back. Oh, when you go on this side and then we go.
Excuse me, Dan.
We, the delegation of Divya Silal Singh, would like to ask.
The quorum delegate, someone is speaking. Continue.
We, the delegate of Divya Silal Singh, would like to ask the opposition a question. What about assault victims? 15% of assault victims are aged 12 to 17 years old, most of whom depend on their parents for food, clothes, and basic needs. How can women who depend on their mothers become mothers? Thank you.
Thank you. And then Vila. Yeah, okay, good. Go ahead. Good stand, please.
Okay. We, the delegation of Vida Ramnath, thinks that that side is confused. We do not think that a 16-year-old cannot have an abortion, however, cannot make the decision on their own since they are a minor, and all medical procedures minors undergo has to be done by their parents. That decision has to be made by them. So if they really needed an abortion, depending on their situation, as they say, it should be done by their parents, and their parents would make that decision correctly for them.
Thank you. Ano, oh God. Oh, yeah. What time will I want to go home today? The quorum delegates. I know y'all are very excited. It is almost 2:30. You had to leave by 3.
Oh.
You want to finish at 4 o'clock every day? All right, hold on. Let's do this in a proper MUN fashion, right? Lower your hands. Those who agree to make a motion to go towards voting on ending at 4 o'clock, please raise your hands now. Not today, Ole, but going forward. Yeah. Welcome to the language of MUN, guys. All right, please lower your placards now. You dancing in the background and I saying lower your placard, eh? Tell me you don't listen. So, member states in favor of ending MUN training sessions at 4 p.m. from next week going forward, please raise your placards now. Oh. Oh. Decorum delegates, please hold your placards. Those against finishing at 4 p.m. from next week going forward, please. Please hold your placards. Member states, this motion fails. We will be ending at 3 p.m. going forward. So sorry. So, that is what happens when you have to vote on something. You must get a 2/3 majority for a vote to be able to actually pass, right? If you don't get 2/3 majority, sorry about it. So it's 2:30. You all want to continue with the debates? Let me just say something. This is the first time people wanted to actually continue debating on the first day. So give yourself a round of applause, my please. Just, you know. That's excellent. Any of the regional delegates have any other further questions or rebuttals to make to what was recently said by the persons in the room?
Yeah. They're so good. They have an enthusiasm.
I love it. And I want to fuel it when take that's what I'm thinking.
All right, the regional delegates don't have any further input at this point in time. So there was a girl who was waving on the place in a red jersey. Yes. Let me hear.
Greetings all. We, the delegation of Rachel Hackshaw, would like to make a serious rebuttal, right? Saying that parents, when teenagers speak to their parents, that they would be honest because it's their parents is not true. Majority of a lot of sexual crimes happen within the household. Majority of the offenders are the
Quorum delegates.
How could we say
that we could trust the parents when they either are the perpetrator or the assistants to their perpetrator. We can't say that we could go to them and trust them because half the time we go and they say nothing. So it's a continuance of silence. So then when we run off and do it, because we cannot go to the medical help for it, then the gap is there now where the medical help that we're saying that everybody could get, we can't get it because if we have to have parental confirmation or parental
Consent.
consent, thank you, to get it, we don't have that. Thank you.
The quorum delegates.
Local news is such a helpful tool. There's literally a case in Guardian about a teenager that under the guidance of
Yes.
was abusively abused. Her grandmother consented to it. She told her aunt, who's a police officer, and her mom ignored her. So it was 2 years that this kid got any closer.
Yep. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And yes. The girl in the burgundy, Brian, please.
We, the delegation of Elise Ramnarine, believe that the opposition's focus is so shifted on legalizing abortions for all, when the true issue is also focused on those of priority. All medical procedures required by those 16 years of older will be granted when detrimental to their health. However, our concern is on the fact that many 16-year-olds to 20-year-olds may use abortion as a method of contraception for their foolish acts where they weren't thinking about it.
The quorum
Indiscriminately. So instead of actually thinking about their actions in the case that this was a consensual act, they are abusing and taking advantage of the privilege to access abortions, which takes away resources from those who actually need it. Thank you.
Maternity Mocha, so is Kyla? Kyla, please.
Hi, good evening.
The quorum delegates. Before you continue, Kyla, I want to tell you something. I do not intend to be saying the quorum delegates every 5 minutes, and I do not want my trainers and my general committee to be saying it all the time. When people are speaking, you need to be quiet. Understood? Understood? Thank you. Go ahead, Kyla.
We, the delegates, Tyler James, representing Trinity College, Mocha, and this side, the winning side, I must add, we found that your statement was very outlandish. In a matter of fact, to say that it was a foolish act is very harsh to say. Imagine you as an individual having sexual cause with your partner, because I believe most of us may have.
Delegates, you're out of order for the use of personal pronouns. Please be seated. Continue.
We, right, may get into sexual intercourse later in our lives. We cannot say that it was a foolish act. Things happen unpredictably, especially coming with birth of a child. So you cannot say it was a foolish act. Another reason that you all pointed out is that medical assistance to children or the age above 16, it would not be good, or it's not safe, or it's not professional. But who said that ages of 21 would not have the same thing, that it would not be professional or it would not be safe? It is the same way. And earlier of this session, they stated that persons of the age 16 is basically having the same method and mentality of someone at the age of 21. So to say that it was a foolish act is very offensive. And some persons, I would go back to the point of one of
Delegate, you're out of order for use of personal pronouns. I know. Sorry, we can't on a second time. We go in this way, all right? So I really want people who have not spoken for the day to be participating. Here, to the front, yes, you.
Good afternoon. We, the delegation, Rennie Ramtran, would just like to touch on the fact that the opposition is completely disregarding the psychological turmoil that follows when you have an abortion. As Terrell had said, it's like a child giving birth to a child. But what about a child literally killing another child? When you have an abortion, it's not something that you do and then all the emotions that follow after completely disappear. When you have that, especially as a teen, when you're also going through puberty, education, school, academic stress, physical activities, sports, all of this, it all just kind of stacks up on you. It's not something that you do and it just disappears. Problem is solved. Okay, I had this abortion and it's done. That stays with you for life. And the World Health Organization has shown that 45% of teenage pregnancies, among that, 45% of pregnancies, 13% of that 45% were adolescents, and they have all had unsafe abortions, and maternal deaths have occurred due to that. When you have an abortion as a teen, it's something that sticks with you forever. It's on your mind, especially as a mother. That turmoil sticks with you, it's distracting, and it just all weighs down on you. Thank you.
As you're on your foot already, in the back there, the white jersey, yes, go ahead. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets the chance to speak, y'all. This is the most participation I've seen in so long.
Today.
Oh gosh.
We, the delegates, would like to you'd like to defend against what Brittany said and what she just said, actually. Stating in the maternal morality, women have even a higher risk of dying from giving birth, not just giving birth physically, but having a mental strain on them. Saying that killing a child is kind of crazy because this is also
Delegates, please. Decorum.
I apologize. It's also the same way as a fetus or a baby killing a 16-year-old. You have lived 16 years of your life taken away from you for what? No. We quote, you can't even take care of yourself. How can you take care of a child? We talk about trauma, but can we talk about the trauma we get from our parents? Disregarding us, kicking us out of the house. Physical assault, even mental assault. It's not just something we can take so abruptly. We take this, wow. As we defend ourselves, we have to make sure where we stand is not just as our child ourselves, but as a person who is growing. A lot of females are growing up, but males as well.
Delegates, your time has elapsed. Please be seated.
The quorum delegates.
Yes, go ahead.
Esteemed delegates.
Please stand.
Esteemed delegates, there was a statistic brought forward to this General Assembly about 3 speakers ago. The statistic that states more than half or about half of teenagers who experience sexual assault, and that happens in the home. Is there a statistic to support that? And if there is, please provide it to the General Assembly as well as the chair. I yield my time to the chair.
Okay. We learned that from. All right. There's a girl behind. Yes, Javon, yeah. Yeah, Javon.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, so first of all,
we don't really need a statistic, as our teacher clearly stated loud and clear.
The
that
quorum delegates.
There was a case just a couple some time ago about a child who reported it to her aunt, who was a police officer, and she did not report it. She reported it to her grandmother. She did not report it. And to the point of sorry, love, but why are you writing off the mental health of 21-year-olds plus? Do they not feel sad after depression? And on the topic of mental health, why are we now? What about postpartum depression? Are you willing to put a baby in harm's way? Postpartum depression is a serious thing. It can lead to serious harm or even death of a child. Are you willing to put that on a baby and are you willing to put it on a child giving birth to a child? And a topic on the life-altering decision. My question is, right?
Delegates, you're out of order for the use of personal pronouns. Please be seated. Remember when you're told to be seated, you can put your hand back up. It's okay. Oh God. The tan, yeah.
Pleasant good day, General Assembly. We, Delegate Ethan Lachman, would like to bring to attention the mental strain that abortion may have on a child. Did you know that in the US, the legal age of adult is 18, some even 21? There's a reason for this. This is because they believe that it is the physical maturity of independence. Therefore, if someone isn't independent to make their own decision, why should they?
You white? Yeah. My friend who was sleeping earlier. I know it's not me, all your shoops and nuts. If I hear it again, you're going outside. Continue.
We, the delegates of Javon Jofield, have some information for the person who asked for source. From the National Library of Medicine, there was an article, right, as a first source of the ages of 15 to 19, where the mortality rates in India for teenage mortality rate was mainly because of children. Of children who have had emotional damage because of sexual assault. Now, concerning there was one with parental permission. We gracefully thank you for stating that out because it seems that you all do not understand that. And there was also age of consent. We are not talking about Trinidad and Tobago. We are talking about a global thing, right? And there's multiple, 77 countries, if you want me to be specific, have age of consent for 16, right, in their country. So why can't they have age of consent for sexual intercourse, but not for abortion? And then you're talking about how 21, right, have more maturity and this and emotional support and this, and they're taking back the word who's 17 and this, right? How can you say that they have more emotional stress because they decided that they should not have a abortion? But if they did, I don't know, if they did have the pregnancy go through, what is to say what is to say them raising a child will not cause even more emotional stress towards them? Because they are 16, they are 17, they probably still in school, right? They probably do even have a financial income. The parents might not support them. The parents might kick them out, right? So all these things are to be taken into hand, right? We are not disagreeing with the 21, but we are saying from 16 and up, right? We're not saying just 21 only, but 16 and up. So please, instead of just saying 21 with emotional this and that, right? There's also 16-year-olds who have who also have emotional stress that can happen from pregnancy, post teenage pregnancy and such like that. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Guys, it's 2:45. Y'all wanna fight me? Oh gosh. Yes, it's true. So I'm trying to make a decision. Persons who answer ready, put your hand down. Unfortunately.
Raise your hand up.
Oh, if the person next to you spoke, put your hand down. If you spoke already and the person next to you spoke already, put your hand down. Well, you gotta put your hand down. It is though. It is though. Guy in the all the way to the back? Who's it? Oh yeah, all the way to the back. You're frightened? Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. Good afternoon. We the delegation of Annie Runton. I wanted to say just to
That'll get you out of order for the use of personal pronouns. Let me see. Hold on. The guy next to you spoke. I ain't taking that. In the gray? That guy?
We, the delegation of BATC 6th Form, would like to highlight that the opposition are referring to a minority of a minority. Teenage pregnancies are already the minority of pregnancies, and a child being abused by a member of the family and becoming pregnant is a minority of teenage pregnancies. And the reason we saw it in the news.
Delegates. Continue. What?
And the reason we saw it in the news was because it was obscure. We'd also like to highlight that even when a teen may become pregnant, we are not saying that the parent may go one way or another. They have the ability to decide which way would be best for their child. If it is in keeping this pregnancy, seeing it out, or otherwise. I yield my time to the chair.
All right, members of the delegation of the General Assembly, this meeting is now at a close. We will be giving you feedback now. Now, let me tell you something, eh? You see people have their hand up for real long? That happens. It happens. All right? When we go further into training, you will learn that there's different points that you could raise to the chair of the General Assembly to indicate that, your hand has been up for a while or your partner or another country has had their placard up. So don't feel like I ignore you on purpose today. I did not. No hard feelings. Okay? So I'll invite my trainers who would like to give feedback to come up to the podium and speak. But from my observation, I enjoyed this debate, FYI.
Decorum delegates. I have a very big mouth. You don't want to say it into this way. Decorum delegates. So my thing that I have to share is that we are not seeing proper mic etiquette. So we saw some people basically yelling into the mic, and we would like that to not happen. We had some people also having the mic very far from their mouth.
so we were barely hearing. So something that we need to keep in mind is how we position the mic when we're holding it so that others can hear us. Also, when someone has the mic and they're speaking into it, please be quiet. It's very disruptive to be talking when someone else is talking because it distracts them and then other people can't hear and you're distracting somebody from hearing that their country was called out. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
There's a lot of feedback coming. See, I want you guys to expand your perspective on all of the areas of debate we could use. From this side, we could have used the argument that there's not enough value for life, that we are in a conservative society. What happened to the right of an unborn child to be born? What happens to the definition of life? When does life begin and when does it end? And when is it murder? And are you murderers? All of those things could be said and they can be very precise and hard-hitting without getting riled up and personal, because it's not personal. It never is personal, right? It's not about winners or losers. It's really about getting a motion passed. Now, I want to ask you, if it was you, what motion would you have liked the General Assembly to vote for? If it is that you agree that teenagers should have the right to choose from 16 years old, raise your hand. And if you believe that teenagers should not have the right to choose and it should begin from 21 years old, raise your hand. So I want to commend you because the vast majority of you believe that pro-choice begins at 16, and yet you did such a wonderful job defending a thing that you did not believe in. Whether this challenged you morally or religiously, I want to thank you for doing the hard thing and choosing a stance to debate on honestly and earnestly. So give yourselves a round of applause.
I would also like to commend you. I agree with Risa. Risa would have said that this is the first time that we've seen a lot of willingness as well as the quality of debate that we've seen. It's really good. Two main things I would like to say. First is sources. You should always have a source for your information. You should have your source readily, if not already, say it. You should say it according to, and then give your quote. Reason being, one, it is plausible and it can and will happen. It should happen, matter of fact, that another person, for example, what happened today, asks you to state your source. Statistics is important. Stating factual information is important. We are not debating at our personal feelings. It's at a grand level of the United Nations. So you should always have your sources ready, if not readily say it in your debate. Second thing is hostile speech. We are passionate about these sorts of topics and we will be passionate. And however, we have to remember we are not in Trinidad and Tobago Parliament. We are in the General Assembly of the United Nations. You're getting into it, so this is your first time, and that is fine. That's perfectly fine. We are happy to see that you are passionate about these topics and about debating. However, as time goes on, we cannot have hostile speech, shouting. You will have to say you, but it's preferred to say the delegation of, because you saying you seems as though I'm pointing to you and I'm talking about you and I don't like you. Do you understand? So we have to try to speak in a diplomatic way and say things in a diplomatic way. So hopefully we get accustomed to that. Thank you.
On the topic of hostility, I know when certain points were made by the side pro 21 and over, pro 16 and over, hands flew up. But we need, rather than perpetuating the problem and playing this back and forth game of who wrong and I attacking you because you said this, we need to look for interventions. How can we solve the problem at the root? How can we come to a general consensus to say, if this is the issue, how can we all come together as member states to address it, to come to a conclusion where everyone, if not most of us, benefit at the end of the day? We want to look at not so we mentioned some policies, laws, medical institutions, but did we look at any other social aspects? Did anybody mention anything? Okay, let's see. Religion says we cannot have abortion because XYZ, XYZ. Did we look at any? Okay, so once I would have mentioned that we go to the route of illegal abortions, but hey, we have NGOs which support women in difficult situations. Did anyone consider those options? Yes, MUN looks at things at a global level, but even though we're looking at abortion in this mock debate here, when you're representing your member states, it's governmental, it's the in the family. You did mention that institution, but there are different social institutions, social aspects. There's the community, there's religion, there's education. There's so many dimensions and layers that we need to look at to come again to a consensus of intervention to remedy the problem at the source, at the root, and not just one of the branches on the tree.
For those of you, for those of you who may be in my block come next week, peace is never an option. First thing I want to, right, I'm using personal pronouns now because we're closing off, and those of you who laughed at me and got told to sit down, haha. Anyway, first and foremost, I want to talk about when you're presenting. Your body language does affect the way you deliver your point. I know when you're debating, it's quite easy to get riled up in the moment, and then you stand up, and then because you're riled up, you often lose your point across, and then you begin to stutter. When you're called upon, you stand. I preach this every year. You take a deep breath. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds. I know when someone says something, it's easy to piss you off, but keep in mind, you must remain in control at all times. Otherwise, the essence of what you're saying is going to get lost in translation. All right? Moving on, those who prefer to read off the top of their heads, or those of you who like to write their points first before you present, always measure twice and cut once. I know in the heat of the moment, you're trying to get everything as quickly as possible, but then sometimes there's errors in what you're saying. Statistics are a little off. Just bear that in mind, right? For those of you who had their hands up for a prolonged period of time, we'll get more into this as we go on into the debate, but this is exactly why you have VPs. In a situation like that, when your VPs are up here on the actual day or when we're doing our mock debates, you will let your VPs know, I've had my hand up for a very long time. Please let the president know X, Y, and Z is the case. Or if that isn't working, we can start in a way, we will see you. Right? So don't feel discouraged that your point wasn't acknowledged today. It's a lot of you, but good job, everyone. And just to close off, right, expand the lens of your argument. A lot of persons focus on the mental aspect of teenage pregnancies. A lot of persons focus on the physical aspects, but the harsh reality is every policy costs dollars and cents. No one brought up the point that if we expand abortion rights to ages 16 and up, who's going to pay for it? Is it going to be the parents? Is it going to be a state? What if that particular state is a free market economy like the US and there's little to no healthcare? Who's going to bear that expense? Just something to bear in mind. But bravado to everyone, especially the regional delegates. I really enjoyed your position paper. You guys were phenomenal. I look forward to working with all of you.
All right, quick announcement before the GC gives their part. There are 2 students who will need assistance in getting to and from UE from next week. They're from San Fernando. So if there's any delegates who's willing to carpool with them, please let me know. You can come and see me on the side and I'll give you the information. So the two students and anyone who's willing to assist, you can come and see me on this side right here, okay? Thank you. Oh yeah, and scan this to join the group chat.
Okay, y'all, I just had 3 points. So my first point was a reiteration from my fellow delegate in terms of harsh language, but my point focuses on vocabulary. Words such as foolishness and invalid shouldn't be said in the assembly. So for me, I would say find similes or more diplomatic words to use, and that leads to my second point, invalid. No one's opinion or point is invalid, especially when there's statistics to support it. Which leads to my third point. This isn't a debate about back and forth. I know someone mentioned that already. This is a debate about solution. So even if someone says something you don't agree with, find a solution or a compromising point. That was all I had to say.
Building off of that, the purpose of a diplomatic discussion is resolution. So shift the mindset from right and wrong. I am right and therefore this person is wrong. And more so looking at it from a holistic point of view and trying to understand where the other side is coming from to then form a solution to cause productive conversation and discussion. Yes, that's all I had. Thank you.
Hey, hello guys. So, one thing that I wanted to leave with you guys, I know it's first day and we're all getting accustomed to the we, the our, the us. This week and something which I did was that I practiced using we throughout the week. Like if I wanted something for the fridge, I would say, we are going to the fridge. And and especially like your shout, I understand that a lot of you come from very debate backgrounds and looking at picking up what the other side is saying. Well, other side, we shouldn't really be using that, but yeah, I'll use it for this instance. We understand that a lot of you all come from very passionate backgrounds about the topic. However, we don't want you to get up there and be shouting in front of the crowd when there is a mic that can be used. Of tones and your body gesture is really important as well. And we don't want like an instance where your views are being imposed on someone. And that leads into compromise and synergy. And we're all here sorry, I could have just done this. Okay, so we're all here to find common ground, picking up on what each other, or in this instant, when we were talking about a debate, picking up on these sides where someone may have, raised a point which you don't believe in, or which, doesn't go in alignment with what your side believes. It's good to find compromise, synergy, which is finding another solution. So we have 1, 2, but what about 3, 4, and 5? Yeah. And then that leads into expansion and research, which is this week, something which I did. And I'm giving you all a lot of tips and tricks here, is that to, zone in on, things which would have said today, it would have raised a lot of curiosity, right? And feel free to, go and research some of that. Yeah, pronouns. We, ours, and us. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I just have one piece of feedback to give, and this is not to attack anyone in particular, but an important point is to know your arguments. There would have been a delegate on the 21 and over side where they would have spoken about resources being more readily available to 21-year-olds, which on one hand it could be a valid argument for your side. However, in knowing your argument and knowing the counter arguments that could be made, the fact that there are more resources for these older adults is a reason why it should be legalized for the younger audience, which is, I think, a point somebody did end up bringing about. So again, it's not about right or wrong, more so about resolution. But in a debate, in your argument, you should consider both sides. So you know that the point you're bringing up, whether it's weak or strong, based on the counter arguments available. That's the only feedback. Thank you.
Hello. One thing I noticed was that a lot of the time, yes, we would have the things that we wanted to say pre-planned, but persons kept repeating the same point, and it wasn't moving towards a resolution as the president said, but it was kind of regurgitating the same point, and then we'd have the same rebuttals. So I would like that we keep in mind that yes, we want to elaborate the points, yes, we want to help the other side understand, but we are working towards a resolution, not just fighting. Thank you.
All right, so that's it. The group chat, we will be sending little assignments or research notes that you could use. And just a reminder, this is not a group chat to be all talking all the time. You could get that after. But next week, when you get your block assignments, you will get your block group chats separately as well. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's too many people joining at the same time, so you may get an error right now. What you can do is just take a photo of it, or I'll send a link in the group chat. So if one of your friends is in the group chat, they can forward the link to you to join in. But just, I still see people being able to join, so it may take a little time for you to get access into it. But yeah, everybody good? You had a good debate? Exciting debate? Well, I'm gonna beat up people afterwards? No, right? So this is the kind of energy you want to carry into the next couple of weeks. So be safe on your way home. Thank you so much for an eventful first day. Take care.
Rise up.